Alrighty. Positive energy all the time. You already know the routine. Rep your city. Rep your city. And here we go. The many reasons FBA must delineate. We got Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the building. We got Cincinnati in the building. We got Harrisburg in the building. I don't think people know what delineate means. People think delineate is a bad word. Like, it's crazy. People don't know what delineate means. I don't know what they think it means. G-Rod, they don't even know what delineate means. It's unbelievable. They think delineate means separate. Delineate just, we'll get into it. They think delineate means separate. I don't know if you've seen, but on TikTok live, FBA beef with Africans and Caribbeans all day. Okay. What that got to do with me? My name Pharaoh. What that got to do with me? You can't beef with nobody that don't beef back, can you? Real Ram, can you beef with somebody that don't beef back? Give me a yes or a no. Can you beef with somebody that don't respond? If I say something to you, can we beef if you don't respond? If you don't respond, is that a beef? Can you have an argument if you don't respond? Yes or no? Real Ram. Right? I get them all the time. I just block them. People going to do what they're going to do. Look, when you have a movement, you're going to have all kind of people, and you can't control the people. You're going to have people, right? You're going to have people. They're going to do what they're going to do. If you have a movement, foundational Black Americans, you're trying to delineate, you're going to have older, mature people. You're going to have young people. Hey, they're going to get it misconstrued, and they're going to do what they're going to do. It happens with gangs. Gangs in Chicago are not violent. Gangs weren't didn't start to beef. If you take any gang like the GDs, the percentage of GDs that's beefing and doing drive-bys is so small compared to how many people that are GDs. So if you got, let's say if you got 20,000 GDs and you got 1,000 beefing, is that the GDs beefing? No. That's just how it goes. And what happens is People buy into the beef. Then I come over here, they start disrespecting me. What you think about that? People go on the internet, they beef back and forth over this. Somebody like me comes, soon as they see FBA, before I say 2 words out of my mouth, they categorize me with the nonsense. What can you do about that? People say I'm FBA, we want to delineate. They be like, well, you be around Rastas. What that got to do with delineating? Rastas be around Rastas and they all are delineated. They make a distinction. I'm Trinidadian. I'm Jamaican. Because somebody said, you be around the Rastas. Rastas delineate. That's why Rastas never really went where it was supposed to go. Because this one's a Virgin Islander, and he makes that clear. This one's a Jamaican, and this one's a Trinidadian, and this one is a Belizean. They are not African like Rasta philosophy says. We're going to get into all of that because somebody asked me about that. They said, well, you was around a lot of Rastas. Exactly. That's why I know that delineation is a must, because the Rastafarian movement was a failure because the brothers are delineated. Dara. And when I got around the Rastas, I was a Yankee. I was always a Black American to them. I was never an African to them. But we're going to get into that. We're going to get into all of that. So what you want me to do? You want me to go kiss a bunch of Rastas' asses from different islands to try to be a Rasta, to try to be an African and be the only one that's an African, while he's a Trinidadian and he's from St. Croix and he's from Jamaica? Not only that, he's a Bobo and he's a 12 tribe. We're going to get into all of that. The Jamaicans are delineated into groups. The Jamaican Rastas have delineated themselves into Bobo, Nyabingi. We're going to get into all of that. We're going to get into all of that. Where you from? Rep your city. We're going to get into this. We're going to break it down. Okay? We're going to break it down. I'm going to show you the childishness. Yeah. Imagine wanting me to unite with Africans that are delineated. Jira is not an African. He is a Nigerian. I don't have a problem with him being a Nigerian. He don't gotta represent himself as an African. He is a Nigerian. New York is in the building. I'm just saying. But we're going to break it down to the very last compound. And we just break it down. Because I had somebody go in my comments. That's I'm over here for the comments. I never read the comments. And some kind of way, I end up in my comments by mistake from the video yesterday. And I looked at the comments. It was ridiculous. I had some white dude. He said, you got on a baseball cap. You need to have on a fedora or something more distinguished. So I wore my baseball cap again because the white man said I should wear it. He wanted to be my daddy. I'm thinking, Lou said, What Zusa do is mind your business, old white dude. You know what I'm saying? So he said I should wear. He want to be my daddy. He said I should wear a baseball cap. I'm too old to wear a baseball cap. There's an age limit. And I looked all in the hat. I seen it didn't have no size because it's adjustable. And I looked. And I called the cap place and I said, excuse me, cap place. You sold me a hat that clearly is not for my age. And then that's a problem. You know, I think I want to bring it back because somebody told me this is not a 67-year-old hat. They're 67-year-old not supposed to wear this hat. Why y'all didn't tell me that when y'all sold me this hat? Was Pan-African big back then? No. Pan-African has never been big. Okay. It's always been small. It's never been big. Nobody never bought into it. It's never been nothing. Okay. Listen, Pan-Africanism never been nothing. Zero. Okay. I got a big family and I'm the only one. I got a big family. I live in Chicago. Out of all my friends I went to school with, and everybody, I was the only one with dreadlocks. I'm the only one changed my name from a slave name. And I'm the only one. Everybody else is regular Black Americans. Black Americans don't want to be Africans, don't like Africans, and have not had a good experience with Africans. Okay, let's not pretend Africans are very nice people. Because many Africans you meet, what's the word? Suck. But we gonna get into that. All the cool Africans are in Africa. Listen, all the really cool Africans are dirt poor in Africa. There's some cool Africans over here, but I'm saying the majority of the cool Africans is Africa. The uppity assholes that don't even like the Africans back in Africa are the ones that can afford to come here. Those Africans, you know, that in America, Black people like that, we call them Negroes. You know, y'all Black Americans don't talk about Negroes. What we call, you know, Negro, you know, Negroes. That's not all, right? That's not all. It's some cool. I got a lot of African brethren. I got a lot of brethren from all over the world. But the facts is still the facts. Everybody's delineated. We're going to get into it. And somebody went in my comment. They was in my comments. They said stuff. They said I shouldn't wear a baseball cap. I said, oh, well, somebody want to be my daddy. They want to be my daddy over on this internet. They want to. People want to be my daddy. I don't know what makes people think they can tell me what to do. Look at my dread. Is it fixed? My dread ain't even fixed. Do it look like I go to the dread beauty shop? No. I'm wild and untamed. Do I look like I cooperate in any type of way? Do I look cooperative? Does this look like I cooperate and I do what I'm supposed to do? I am not cute like I'm supposed to be. I be breaking rules. I had a young brother say, you need to give it up, OG. I said, you need to get a lady. You need to get a woman because you all up in here with yours. I'm a man. You're paying me a lot of attention, punk. You know what I'm saying? But that's another story. Yes, you paid me a lot of attention, punk. Hmm. So we're gonna get into it. I'm glad you're all here. I got a lot of men don't like how I look. Ugh. I had a lady. You know, I said, "I ain't worried about it, baby. You're gonna be face down, ass up. You ain't gonna even see me. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna even see me, baby girl. You only gotta see me long enough. You only gonna have to see me for a little while. You're gonna be looking at the mattress." I don't cooperate. Missionary style. I don't like missionaries. I heard they were mean. I don't like missionaries. That don't sound right. Missionary style. That sound like invasion, don't it? That sound like Europeans coming in somebody else's land telling them what to do, don't it? I'm just saying. But we're gonna get into it. You know, I was looking for my brethren and looking for my brethren, and I was talking to brethren in California. I'm like, where my man Gold at? Right? And then nobody responded. I got on Facebook and I really started doing a deep search and I found my brethren Gold. And when I found him, he had passed away. So rest in peace to my brethren. Passed away in March. I found his Facebook. He was in and out the hospital. If I was smart, I would have searched more on Facebook. You got to search too much, though. And my brethren go to Pharaoh passed away. This was my brethren in L.A. His father was a black Caribbean. His mother was Puerto Rican. He hated being any Puerto Rican. He wanted to be black so bad. But he was black in his heart. That's my brethren. You see that button he got on? He bought that from me. See that Haile Selassie button? With His Majesty with the gun? I sold him that. Well, I gave it to him. I'm sure I didn't sell it to him. Rest in peace to my brethren. Go to Pharaoh. That was my brethren. One of the first Rastas I met in L.A. We became like that. The first one I met was his enemy, which was crazy. Ital Joe. They was from two different islands. Delineate. Ital Joe was from one island. He's from another. Did they get along? No. I think Ital Joe was from St. Kitts or something like that. They were delineated. They were talking Rasta, Ethiopian, Rasta, Haile Selassie, but were they united? No, 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 no. Because I had somebody in my comments said, "There's a picture of you with a lot of Jamaicans doing Jamaican culture." Listen, Rasta was supposed to be black culture. It wasn't supposed to be Jamaican culture. So the fact that you think that Rasta is Jamaican culture shows you that Jamaicans were delineated. Because Haile Selassie, aka Rastafari, is from Ethiopia. So how could you be praising somebody from East Africa but screaming Jamaica? How is Rasta Jamaican when Rastafari Tafari ain't Jamaican. Make it make some sense. Make that make some sense. So the fact that I've been the big international brother from Chicago, that would make me an expert on this conversation. Pictures like this, with all these brethren from all over the place, it's two Jamaicans in the middle and the other four, the two on the outsides. We foundational Black Americans. I'm down squatted. The brother next to me, Rastafarian. We're both foundational Black Americans. The two brothers on the other side are foundational Black Americans. There's only two Jamaicans in this picture. Dennis Brown and Ross Bunny. Rest in peace to Ross Bunny and Dennis Brown. So he said, you'll see me with a bunch of Jamaicans. No, it was supposed to be what's on the brother on your far left shirt. It was supposed to represent the diaspora and their relationship to Africa. Okay? That's what it was supposed to be. So now people that say I was around that, answer me a question. Was it that? For some people to say, well, you was around a bunch of Rastas. Was they what they were supposed to be? Yes or no? Were they Rasta, or were they a bunch of people that were delineated and delineated me? Other brothers delineated me, described me as other. Africans delineate me. Blacks from the Caribbean delineate me. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me that Africans and brothers from the Caribbean accept me as them. Tell me I'm lying. Because you're mad that we delineated, but blacks around the world have already delineated us. We're just facing it. Tell me I'm lying. We're just facing the obvious. In their eyes, we are not them. Period. So all you punks out there that want me to go kiss African asses and Caribbean asses, I'm not like you. I'm not kissing nobody's ass to be accepted into shit. Especially nobody that's in my turf. Don't tell me that I'm from here and then come here and try to disrespect me in a place you say is mine. You say this is mine. All you blacks around the world, you say this is mine. Okay, I'm going to stand on that. Watch your mouth over here. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. I'm not my good brother Tariq Nasheed. It hit different over here. Watch your mouth. If you don't like us, go your ass home. If you don't want to go home on your own, maybe we'll arrange it. This is straight across. All this fake friends, all you phony diasporas, get y'all fake asses out of here and take y'all fake asses back to the Caribbean and back to wherever the fuck you came from. Because anytime you come into another man's turf with disrespect, you deserve to be disrespected. Africans and Caribbeans are getting everything they deserve. They never had brotherly love. They never came to this country with no love. They came here to eat from the white man. They came to make money from the white man while disrespecting the black man and woman. That's just a fact. You came in from Africa so your white daddy could give you some money. You came in from the Caribbean so your white daddy could give you some money. Okay? Then you mad because you come over here and we don't got the love for the white man that you got. You love him. We've been beefing with him over here. So you coming in the turf where we've been fighting this dude from lynchings all the way back, and you coming into some middle with some shit that you should mind your black ass business. Because all foundational black Americans really don't play like that and will do you dirty. Okay? So for all my brothers and sisters from other countries, don't let your mouth write a check your ass can't catch. Your ass can't cash this check over here. Everybody not a keyboard warrior. Some people will get at your glamour, okay? Tariq is my brother. I fuck with Tariq. You don't like Tariq and you a man, that's feminine. You should be worrying about women. Okay, that's feminine. Okay? Real ram. So what you ramming, men? Because you ain't supposed, why'd you tell me I don't like him? Pause, brother. Pause. If you don't like a brother, don't speak on him. Speak on somebody you like. That's feminine. That's feminine. Then you hear somebody name. Oh, he said Tariq. I don't like Tariq. You shouldn't have said his name. It make me get all emotional. Bruh, what? I'm a grown-ass man. I fuck with Tariq. If you don't, the fuck that mean to me? If the name bother you, that I fuck with him, log off. I don't know you. His name Tariq Nasheed. Your name real Ram in the cut. So who gonna take you serious when you over here with some weird stuff? Hey, bro, your name real Ram in the cut. You got no self-respect. You ain't stand up like a G. You ain't stand up. Your name real Ram in the cut. You want me to take you serious? Tariq Nasheed is on social media with his real name. You on social media like a pussy hiding with a fake ass name. Talking about speaking on a man's real name while hiding your name. That's not gangster. That's not gangster. You look like a punk. How you gonna speak on somebody but we don't know who you is? You real Ram. His name really Tariq Nasheed. My name really Pharaoh El-Aton. Your name real Ram. You speaking on somebody with their real name, standing on business with their real name. You standing on a fake name, talking shit. Get the fuck out of here. I don't got no respect for you. You can't speak on nobody with no fake name, punk. Ram. You can't speak on nobody. Your name real Ram. You like a fucking 5-year-old. Grow your ass up. Come back with a grown man name. Okay? Your daddy named you real Ram? Because that was your daddy called you when you was your little baby? Listen, let me tell you something. When you see me speak on somebody, and then you turn around and you speak against them, then you lose. I'm going to ride with the person I'm riding with. Duh. So you see I'm riding with Tariq, so you come tell me you don't like Tariq. So I mean, fuck you then. Where I come from, what city you from? Where you from, the backwoods or something? I don't need you to fuck with me. I don't need you to fuck with me. I don't need you to fuck with me. If I got to pick you or Tyreek, I'm going to pick Tyreek. I'm not going to pick real Ram in the cut. Fuck out of here. Tyreek is bringing a lot of knowledge to the table. He's the one to make us aware to delineate. He's the one that push we are foundational Black Americans. He's one of the ones that let us know that Africans can come here and get citizenship and be Black Americans. And because Blacks could come here and get citizenship and technically be Black Americans, we can't get what we're supposed to get if we identified as Black Americans. And now these foreigners that are Black Americans can get our benefits from the government. We want the United States government to identify us as foundational Black Americans and separate us on the census and everything. So when money is given out, those of us that are foundational Black Americans, we want our tax dollars separated. We don't want to pay a lot of tax dollars and Africans get it. We don't want to pay a lot of tax dollars and Caribbeans get it. We want our tax dollars to go to our children and what we've done in this country before a motherfucker was here from Africa or the Caribbean. We don't want our money going to know that all our hard work we've done 400 or 500 years in this country. We don't want our hard work and our reward going no motherfucker African or no motherfucker from the Caribbean, no goddamn Johnny come lately. We don't want nobody that didn't fight in the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, World War I, World War II, and all the wars after. We don't want them getting the respect we deserve. Period. We want our respect for all our inventions, for everything stolen from us, and we want to be identified as who the fuck we are. And we want other Blacks to respect that or get the fuck out the country. Period. Period. We not Africans. We not from Jamaica. We don't want to be categorized with nobody. We are foundational Black Americans. We put the work in. Caribbeans ain't did a goddamn thing here. You talking stupid. You talking stupid, Poison Ivy. That's why you poison. Foundational Black Americans built this country. Caribbeans ain't built a goddamn thing. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You don't know my grandmother. You don't know my great-grandmother. You don't know my great-grandfather. You don't know nothing. Okay? I'm ignorant to history and you watching me. So I'm going to help you out. Go watch something intelligent. It's a block party. Go watch something intelligent. Because where I come from, the only way I respect you calling me ignorant is if you're standing right here. Like a man. You gotta be right here if you want to call me ignorant. And then that's what you get in Cracker Jacks. You know what I'm saying? So you can see how that go. On the internet, nah, I don't respect that. I don't respect that. All that talking shit on the internet, wait till you see me and talk shit. That's for everybody on this motherfucker too. If you got a whole bunch of shit to talk, hold that thought. When you see me, talk your shit. And see how that shit go in the rack. I don't rock with no motherfucking body. I rock with foundational Black Americans. Period. And I'm trying to get foundational Black Americans to rock with me. I'm not trying to rock with no fucking body. If you come to this country, I don't got to rock with you. You got to rock with me. If I go to Africa, they ain't got to rock with me. I got to rock with them. You got to rock with the person who land you go to. They don't got to rock with you. You got to rock with them. You coming from Africa, you got to rock with me, or it's going to be a problem. Because when our lineage and our people find out you ain't rocking, because Africans been foul, but we didn't have social media. Now that we got social media, if Africans don't get their shit together, they're going to be getting dead out in these streets. I'm going to just keep it real. How's it going to be safe for you? Ain't nobody going to fuck with you if you're disrespectful. This America. Have some respect or get the fuck up out the country. Period. You got two choices. Have some respect or get the fuck out. Period. What do you want me to tell you? We don't like nobody, don't like us. You don't like us, we don't like you. Hispanic people is different. If you're a different color for a different race, we have a problem. We're going to deal with that too. But it's nothing worse than another brown motherfucker don't like the browns. There's nobody worse than the Africans and the Caribbeans, period. The black ones that don't like their own black brothers and sisters. This it's just like if you go to school and there's a bunch of children at the school, and you go to school and you and your brother go to the same school, and there's some kid at the school disrespecting you and making a joke out of you, and your brother is at the school disrespecting you and making a joke out of you, which one is worse? The kid that lives somewhere else or your brother that live with you is up at the school disrespecting you? Which one is worse? Which one is more egregious? Your brother and these other black people supposed to be our brothers, and they come into a territory where we under white supremacy and they go against us in front of the white man. They are traitors and rat bastards under revolutionary concepts. Under revolutionary concept, Africans and Caribbeans are rat bastard traitors to come into a mostly dominant white country and don't lock in with the blacks. They are rats and traitors if you want to talk revolution. Because some people want me to go on the black side. If you talk as a revolutionary, that is treason. There's 50 million black Americans. There's 200-something million white Americans. For blacks to come here and not ride with the 50 million and disrespect the 50 million in front of all them white people, they rat bastards, traitors to the black revolutionary struggle. Facts. As a revolutionary, I don't really talk on my revolutionary side. On my revolutionary side, Africans and brothers from the Caribbean, United States are traitors, rats, and traitors. If I went to Africa and I sided with the Chinese over the Africans, I would be a rat bastard traitor. Even if they don't side with them, even if I don't side with the Chinese, if I go to Africa and go against the Africans in Africa, knowing the Africans got other people there trying to take them down, I would be a rat bastard traitor to the black revolutionary struggle. I would be a rat. You would never see me in Africa talking against black Africans. Period. Never. Never would I go to Africa and talk against black Africans in front of Chinese and Europeans. and people from India and Asia. Never, 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 never. That is revolutionary disobedience at the highest level. On top of that, you from the motherland. You are from what we call the motherland. So Africans that's beefing with Black Americans are a piece of shit. You are from the motherland. If anybody's supposed to have some dignity and hold the line, it's supposed to be Black Africans, which show you why Africa ain't shit. And it shows you why they're over there taking all their natural resources. And it shows you why they punk ass got to run from Africa to come over here. Because you was a punk bitch, the fact you even had to run, bitch. And we in America been here and we ain't ran. And you African punk asses, y'all some bitches. Y'all let somebody chase y'all out the motherfucking continent and come over here trying to front. We over here, our sisters straighten their hair. That's egregious. We don't like it. They trying to have blonde hair and shit. We don't like it. People like me don't like it. But a bitch in Africa with blonde hair in Africa? In Africa. A bitch in Africa with blonde hair. Straight in Africa. A bitch is in Africa with blonde hair and lightening her skin. They taking pills to lighten the baby when the baby born. They are taking pills in Africa so the baby is born light skinned. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Who want to fucking work? I don't want to hear shit about Africans. They're a disgrace. Look. Stop playing with me. Stop playing. This big Pharaoh. This ain't little Pharaoh. This ain't young Pharaoh. Pregnant women in some parts of Africa, notably Ghana, have been known to use pills, specifically glutathione, to attempt to lighten the skin of their unborn babies. Pregnant women in Ghana taking pills to bleach their babies, paying a high price for skin bleaching. Companies that promise to lighten the skin. Africa. Women in Africa is taking pills so the baby don't look like no African. And the Black African man is over here talking shit to me. Bro, you go home and get your bitch and get your bitch in line. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck out of here? Go get your bitch in line. All you African brothers, go get your bitch and tell that bitch to put them pills down. Stop trying to have white babies. And stop fucking talking to me. Because y'all some hoes in different area codes. Area codes, y'all some hoes. Hoes. It's the diaspora. Y'all some hoes in different area codes. Area codes, y'all some hoes. Hoes in different y'all ass niggas. Hello. 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 Stop playing with Big Pharaoh. This is Big Pharaoh. This ain't little Pharaoh. This is Big Pharaoh. I'm just saying, I've been doing this. How old is Tariq Nasheed? How old am I? I'm 67. He one of the young soldiers. I'm watching the young soldier like, yeah, that soldier right there. Once I stamp you, you're official. Like a referee with a whistle. So yeah, we trying to delineate. Rastas was supposed to be Ethiopian African, but Jamaicans are delineated. They're Jamaicans. Trinidadians are delineated. This is crazy. Everybody's delineated. This is absolutely crazy when foundational Black Americans say we want to delineate when all the other Blacks are delineated. I don't think people know what delineate means. Let me teach the people. Delineate means to describe or portray something precisely. That's what it means. It doesn't mean to separate. It means to distinctly identify, to describe distinctly. Because some people don't mad that we delineate and don't even know what the hell it means. It means that we want to be distinctly described as foundational Black Americans. We want a distinct description. We don't want to be Black because we lose when we Black, because you could be Black, but then you could be Nigerian. You could be Black, but then you could be Jamaican. You could be Black, but you could be Ghanaian. But we could be Black and just be Black. But all you other Blacks ain't Black. Y'all is wherever y'all from. Y'all Ethiopian. Y'all Jamaican. Y'all Trinidadian. Y'all are delineated already. So think about Blacks that are delineated that's mad because we want to be just like them. This show you how fucked up the Black diaspora is. That's why we can't fuck with them. Because imagine somebody that's already described and delineated, mad because we doing what the fuck they already is. Look at this dumbass KJ. Look how stupid he is. See how dumb he is? Look, I showed you the definition, right? Delineate, describe or portray something precisely, right? Dumbass KJ gonna make up his own definition. This is why your children make sure they go to school. KJ didn't go to school. He read at a 5th grade level. He not intelligent. We don't be listening to dumb niggas. He never picked up a dictionary in his life. He using the word delineate. He never picked up a dictionary in his life. KJ reads at the 5th or 4th grade level. Does math at the 5th or 4th grade level. Guaranteed. Guaranteed he can't read. Guaranteed he reads and he does math at the 5th grade level. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that KJ reads at about the 5th grade level and math too. The young generation of Black Americans is dumb as fuck. Oh, he's saying it means that the African Caribbeans are okay. I got you. Now he's not stupid. He trying to tell me that's what it means to them. I got you. I thought you said that's what it means. I got you. I got you. I was going to say you dumb as hell. I got you. My bad. No, he said delineate means being divisive to Africans and Caribbean. He not saying that's what it means to him. So I didn't read it. I didn't see what he was trying to say. He said it means that to them. He didn't say it means to him. My bad. I apologize, KJ. I thought you was stupid. I thought he was dumb. He not dumb. But no, let me tell you something. But KJ, you still wrong. You're still wrong. Africans don't think that means separate from them. Africans, some of them do. Africans don't want us to delineate and Caribbeans because they've been using us. They want to be able to disguise as us for economic benefits. And delineating makes it that they can't get our goods and services. Okay? Delineating means we will get specific things we supposed to get as foundational Black Americans, and they won't be able to say they Black and get all these student loans and get all the money we put into the system. Well, motherfucker come from Africa and get money from the country, but ain't put no money into the country. Don't nobody want to pay taxes in the country. You give it to no motherfucker from somewhere else. So they want to be Black when it's convenient for financial gain. Exactly. And by us delineating, that's taking that away. That's taking that away because when we delineate now for school loans, it won't say Black. It'll say foundational Black American, African, like that. Then there will be so much money that we'll be able to demand to go to foundational Black Americans, which would be less money for the other Blacks that's getting our money. They've put no money into the system. Really, immigrants not supposed to get a dime until they've been in this country so long and paid so much taxes. If they can move in, open a business, and don't have to pay taxes for 7 years, they shouldn't be able to get loans for 7 years. They shouldn't be able to get scholarships for 7 years. You should have to come here and work for 7 years before you qualify for any fucking money. Who the fuck is you? You haven't put no money in the pot. But you come in from Nigeria and Ghana, everywhere you get money. You come in from China, you come in from Mexico, you come in from everywhere and get money, but you didn't put no money in. And the people that put money in, you're taking all their money. American citizens, we pay taxes. I don't pay no taxes for no Mexican to get a goddamn thing. I don't pay no taxes for no Africans, no Mexicans, no Chinese. I don't pay no taxes for you to give it to them. And now we come up short with services. They come over here 7 years, they get shit free. Immigrants don't pay shit. How much you pay when the first year you got here? You ain't doing nothing but paying the shit you getting for free. What do you mean pay taxes? What do you mean pay taxes? You getting shit before you pay the taxes, Mystic. You coming over here, you getting shit right off the top. How much taxes you pay the first day you got here? The first year immigrant get here, have they paid as much taxes as what the fuck they getting? So you telling me an immigrant come here and get a scholarship, they already paid for that scholarship? That's what you trying to tell me? That what you trying to tell me? You telling me that they pay enough money to get what they getting, Mystic? Seriously? Are you serious? You must not know how much they giving them Hispanics in California. Free housing and everything. You saying they paid for that already. So you say I can come. So you saying that all the migrants came here, paid for all that shit they got the first week they got here? You're telling me that the migrants came to Chicago. They got free housing and free food. You're telling me they paid for that already, that they paid for that in Venezuela. And then they came here and they got what they paid for? I asked you a simple question. Do Africans pay enough taxes to get what they get the first year they get here? Yes or no, mister? The first year they get here, have they paid enough taxes to get what they get the first year they got here? So if somebody get here 6 months and they get free stuff, you telling me in that 6 months they paid for it? Whose money are they getting before they could pay taxes? Mystic, when they first get here, whose money is that? Whose money is that? Whose money is it when they first get here? All the benefits they get when they first get here, before they made any money over here, whose money is that, mister? Whose money is that? Because the white man will use them to keep us down so we can't catch up with him. And once the white man used them to kick them down, they'll kick their asses out. Because black immigrants don't know nothing about this dude. He don't give a fuck about you. He's going to use you to lower us and then kick you the fuck out. He's not going to let them Africans stay over here. He only using them to slow us down, our growth. And once he uses them to slow our growth enough, then he'll throw their asses out. Africans, immigrants, the world. There is no group of people in the world that knows the white man like foundational black Americans. We are the ones that know him better than anybody. He controls Africans from a distance, and he lets puppets in Africa control him. He controls Jamaica from a distance. He controls the Caribbean from a distance. They don't know him because black puppets control them. Okay? So they don't know about him. You in Africa, you being controlled from France. You being controlled from England. You being controlled from China and Russia and America. But we right here, living in Washington, D.C., right with the motherfucker that's trying to control us. He ain't in no other country. They ain't got no white police in Jamaica. They ain't got no white police in Africa. We here with white police. We here with white FBI, white DEA, white CIA. Right here. We're at ground zero of the war on white supremacy. You other niggas is in the backyard. Y'all ain't at the front of fighting this shit. That's why y'all think Ibrahim is gonna stay alive. Because y'all don't know the fuck y'all playing. He gonna be dead as a donut. Bro and Burkino are gonna be dead soon. Gone. He gonna be dead. Period. And one of them black dudes sitting right next to him, the one going to do it. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. They using them to build a bunch of shit, and then they going to take it. They're going to build all that shit, then they're going to pop his ass, and they're going to take it. He really think the Chinese trying to help his dumb ass. He ain't no revolutionary. He a nutionary, no rev. he ain't no real revolutionary. He playing revolutionary. He got the clothes on and shit. But he a baby. You don't know. He don't know nothing about Sekou Touré. He don't know none of that shit. He don't know. You think he'll be fucking with the Chinese if he know? They come to, we are not like the white man. We are your friends. He's like, okay. We will help you against the white man. Okay, great. It's a game they run on the African. They send to Asia. We are people of color. See, Foundation Black America, we ain't doing that people of color shit. But the African suckers, they still doing the people of color. They think the Chinese is people of color. You know what I'm saying? Where the found, tell me I'm lying. Where the Foundation of Black America? Didn't they run that? They been ran that on us. They been ran that people of color shit on us. Foundation of Black America, do we trust Chinese? Arabs? Do we trust it? If Black Africans locked in with Foundational Black Americans and paid for flights for us to come there and set us up nice, white people would invade Africa immediately. Immediately. If Africans show mad love to Foundational Black Americans and sent planes and set us up in homes and businesses, white people would invade it immediately. Because we got the ingenuity to fix Africa better than them because we fixed their shit. This is why Africans don't understand. We built this. Africa thinks the white man built this. No, we built this. We bought all the technology and taught him this shit he doing. He didn't know nothing. He didn't know how to grow no crops. He didn't know how to do agriculture and shit. He brought black from East Africa, taught him that. He brought black from Egypt to show him how to grow cotton. Who grow the best cotton in the world? Egyptians, right? Who live in Egypt now? Arabs, right? Who used to live there? Where's the blacks that used to live there? The West Africans hated the East Africans and was going up the Niger River meeting slave catchers that was bringing East Africans up the Niger and selling them, giving them to the West Africans to take and sell. This is why so many blacks say we Native Americans, because the black Native Americans was Egyptians, was East Africans. That's another story for another day. Don't none of them want no smoke. None of you Native American niggas really don't nobody want smoke with me because I'm number one. None of your teachers want this smoke. I run all your teachers out the room. Because what you call Moors were East African traitor rat bastards that turned on Hannibal. But Moors were not on the United States. They are from East Africa. They are East African rat bastard traitors. That's what Moors are. and still are today. Still, you can't trust Moors. Can't trust them. They'll sail you down the river. Once a rat, always a rat. Once a rat, always a rat. The Moors are from Kush, East Africa. Went bad on Hannibal because one of them couldn't marry Hannibal's daughter. So they ran up there to help the white folks. Facts. The Moors split with the East African armies because their leader couldn't marry Hannibal's daughter, and they went up there to help the white folks fight against the blacks. That's why they got that long history in Europe. And then the Europeans turned on them after they helped them and cut all their penises off and made them servants. That's why you watch old movies, the Catholic Church, you see the black person that's the servant. They're Moors. They became a servant to the European. Moors have always been rats. Always. Another story for another day. Ask somebody. Always been sellouts. Always been rats. That's another story for another day. Always been rats. Always been enslaving Africans. Always. They've always been rats. You can see pictures after pictures of them enslaving black Africans. So don't listen to them for sure. Because they know everything except their dirty history of enslaving their own people. They don't know that for some reason. For some reason, they don't know everything but that. That's one thing that they don't know for some reason. For some reason. They know everything but that. But you can do your research, and you'll see them as a slave enslavers. Facts. That's why everything we try to do, the Moors never in on it. They never support nothing that we try to do. They always come up with some weird shit. Just look at them. Everything you try to do, the Moors will come up with some weirdo. Oh, something weird. No matter what, we never can get them to unify with nothing. They always different. They try to come up with a philosophy that's so weird that nothing gets accomplished. That's what they do. That's what they do. They broke away from him before he even went up there. They've always been like that. Their history is horrible. Their history is horrible. They've been enslavers for the Europeans. That's them on the outside. See? Why you think don't nobody never say nothing to me? They worked for Leopold, who was worse than Hitler. See the Moors on the outside? Enslaving their own people? Why you think don't nobody never really play with me? Because they feel like I just make it worse. They're like, leave his ass alone. See? That's who they work for. They work for Leopold, chopping off black people's hands. And when they got through using them, and after they had did a good job for the Europeans enslaved them and cut their little wee-wees off, made them eunuchs. See this brother? He a Moor. He don't got no wee-wee. See what I'm saying? Yeah, Leopold, he didn't trick Hannibal. The Moors helped him. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Moors helped him. The Moors fought with Mussolini against Haile Selassie. The Moors fought with Mussolini. Sure did. To invade Ethiopia. These are facts. They don't want no smoke with Big Pharaoh. Start pulling up receipts. Historical Moor influence. The Moors had significant impact on Italy, North Africans in World War II. They don't want this smoke. Therefore, while people of North Africa descent served within Italian colonial forces, the term Moors fighting with Mussolini in Italy can be misleading if it implies a unified and independent Moorish force actively collaborating. So they said, well, you can't say it was some Moors. they said it was some Moors. But there's footage of Moors running up the hill with the guns, fighting with the Italians. The Moors have been sellout. Still sellouts today. You can't depend on them for shit. Every time you try to get some, first they said, we ain't black. We're not black. So when we foundational black Americans, we want reparations. They ain't going to stand with that because they ain't black. They don't stand with nothing that helps black people in this country. They always go against it. They make up some bullshit philosophy to go against their brothers and sisters. They always got to be different. And they never bring nothing to the table to benefit us at all. Nothing. That's why the Nation of Islam became big and the Moorish science shit flopped. Because it wasn't shit. That's why it flopped. Because it was bullshit. Moors will never go nowhere or be nothing but losers. It's a failed philosophy, a failed ideology. Basically. No matter what you try to do, they try to prove something else. Oh, no. You say go to the right. They're like, no, we was from the middle and up the side. It's always something to create some divisiveness. They never ride. They always got some reason they can't ride with the group. The Moors. We call people like that difficult. They never ride with nothing unless they can get in and make some money. They'll take their feds off and put on a bunch of weird shit to make some money. They'll figure out some type of black shit to make some money, but they never identify with you. You understand? But they'll eat off of us. If we foundational black Americans, they'll eat off of you, but they won't help your cause. We got to stop feeding people like that. We got to be like, get down or lay down. You in or you out. We got to stop letting people be halfway in. They got to commit. Are you for reparations for foundational Black Americans? Yes or no? No? Okay, we not fucking with you. Make them commit. You see how many of these Black people ain't committing, ain't really saying nothing? That's because y'all let them. Now, the Black Hebrew Israelites, they all the way in. Some of them got crazy philosophies, but at the end of the day, they in. They're ready to go to war, whatever, to protect brown people in this country. Period. The Nation of Islam is in a little bit. They just, under the leadership of Farrakhan, he done sold them out to the Arabs. Sold them out to Gaddafi and all of them. And betrayed Elijah. Elijah wasn't on that. Farrakhan came and did the opposite of what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad started that organization to not be Arab, to not be Arabic Islam, to be Black Islam. Farrakhan has sold it back out and made them just Muslims. They was never Muslims. They was always Black Muslims. They was never Muslims, because it used to be Muslims and Muslims. That's why it was a difference. They was Black Muslims. The other people used to call themselves Muslims. Who remember that? Who remember we had Muslims and Muslims? Now the Arabs is Muslims. They was not Muslims. They was Muslims. Who remember? The Blacks was Muslims. The Arabs was Muslims. Who remember? This is what they do to the young people so you don't know the history. Now they stole it. Now they Muslims. So this is the fear of delineation, because if Black people delineate, and when we delineate, and that comes big, not everybody got to, you understand? You ain't going to be able to be Black no more. You see what I'm saying? That's why FBA is so dangerous. Because if we delineate, now you are more, what's up? Where you standing? Now you a Muslim, what's up? Where you standing? Now you a Hebrew, whatever, what's up? Where you standing? You a foundational Black American, you call yourself a Rasta, what's up? Where you standing? So they trying to prevent that wall. They trying to prevent that delineation that will shut you out. You either get in where you fit in or you get the fuck on where you belong. And they're afraid of that. Especially Black conscious, because they've able to do Black consciousness and never commit to nothing. They're able to do Black consciousness. Like Sarnetta and all them. So they don't got to commit to nothing. It's just Black conscious. You look at Sarnetta, he was a Muslim. Then he got Sarnetta, use the Egyptian name. Then he was all up under the Hebrews. He's up under this and that and this, and he really don't have to identify as nothing. He picked the Egyptian title when he thought that was popping. As he seen that didn't pop off, he started alienating himself from certain people. He started having all these beefs between the different, see what I'm saying? Making money off of division until the stuff got too violent and nobody wanted to go to the debates no more. And he just pimped you with the no identity type of shit. The whole time, he wasn't nothing but Frankie with alligator shoes trying to buy a car. And nigga ain't standing on none of that shit. He not black conscious. He pimping. He hustling. He hustling the community. Came to Chicago calling me. I didn't want to meet with him. I got PTSD. I didn't want to get in that. I didn't want to meet with him. And then everybody say, oh man, Pharaoh came with some niggas, they did something had a bogus and all that. So I just didn't meet with him. Because it wasn't gonna be like no good meeting. It was gonna be some Chirac shit. So I just didn't answer my phone. Cause I don't really be playing with niggas like that. And you come into the kingdom of Chicago, you know, it hit different. I'm here to make sure black Chicagoans get taken care of. I'm black. And I'm responsible for black people. I don't give a fuck what they is. I don't give a damn if you're a Muslim or what. You black in Chicago, we got to eat. We got to have schools. We got to have transportation. We got to have stores. We got to have restaurants. We got to have businesses, period. For our people, our residents in the city of Chicago. Point blank, period. Because at the end of the day, I'm not in Africa. At the end of the day, I'm not in the United States. At the end of the day, I am in Chicago. Okay? So black people wake up. It goes like this. Your home first. Your block you live on second. Your neighborhood third. Your city fourth. Your state fifth. And the country you live in sixth. Global shit is seventh. What you look like worrying about global stuff and you ain't worried about your home. You ain't worried about what's going on your block. You ain't worried about what's going on in your community. You ain't worried about what's going on in your city, your state, and the country you live in. How the hell you trying to think global? How you trying to think global? You need to think about your wife, your husband, your children, the schools in your area. That's what you need to be thinking about. Your home, the block you live on that your home is on, the neighborhood you in, the city you in, all of this grand thinking way out there, but you don't have no gas station. You don't have no way that your community is making money to take care of your community. You got to deal with, come on. We trying to think too grand. I'm not with that. So yeah, you got to delineate. If you are African, you can't be no fucking African. You got to be a Nigerian. You got to be a Ghanaian. And wherever you live, you got to worry about that. You can't be no Ghanaian living in Cincinnati worrying about Ghana. Your ass in Cincinnati on a certain block with your certain schools. That's where your focus got to be. You can't be focusing on Africa and you in Milwaukee. It's just a bunch of nonsense. It's not realistic. It's not. The only unity that's going to benefit you is the unity of you and your wife and your children. That's it. That other unity is fake. You have to work to build some unity on the block so the neighbors, so the trash is taken care of, so you don't got rats. So you can complain to the city council, to your alderman. This is how you have to do in real life. You can't be somewhere talking about Africa, talking about Black Americans, and rats is all in the neighborhood eating holes in your garbage can. The idea of reparations is to give us that money so we can have it back in our homes, back in our community. Reparations is not no grandiose ideology. It's a basic taxes that the government owe us taxes. Taxes just don't always go to the government. The government also got to pay taxes if they've abused the citizens. And foundational Black Americans have been abused in this country, and they owe us. Now, for foundational Black Americans, when you know our history, and when the whole world know our history, and you don't see Africans standing up for their brothers and sisters to get reparations, that tell you right there, don't fuck with Africans. Because Africans ain't shit. Because how the fuck you the big brother and the big homie in the fucking Africa and you ain't speaking up for reparations? But when they was kicking your ass with apartheid South Africa, we stood up for you. We stood up for Winnie Mandela. We stood up for Nelson Mandela. When the goddamn hurricane hit Jamaica, how much money did Black Americans send Jamaica? We sick of these niggas. We always looking out for these niggas around the world, and they don't never fucking look out for us. You don't see Jamaicans speaking up for reparations for us. You don't see Africans saying, yeah, give our brothers reparations. You don't see that. Especially Africans. Africans is a disgrace to the Black race. All them niggas, and you can't depend on them for a goddamn thing. That's why I say Mother Africa is a crackhead. Because that bitch don't take care of her kids. She's worthless. She a hoe. Everybody fucking that bitch. The Chinese fucking that hoe. The Arabs fucking that hoe. The Europeans fucking that hoe. You understand? She's worthless. So some people think it's about hating Africans. No, it's about giving up on Africa. That's what FBA is about. It's not about hating. It's about, we just don't want to be bothered with that. We don't even want to be called African Americans. I don't want to be called no African American. What good did it do me? Africans never accepted us. They never did a goddamn thing for us. We the one put Africa on the map. They ain't put us on nothing. That title, African American, blew Africa up. But what have we ever got from Africa? What has not one African leader has ever came over here and directly addressed us? Have never come to our communities, have never come to see how we doing, have never come and looked at us, have never did a tour in the United States to see Black Americans, not a one. That bitch nigga in Ghana invite us to come out there to make him some money. Have that bitch nigga ever showed up over here one time to see about us? Come on, I'll slap dude and push him on the ground. They beat and unalive me over there. I'll slap the shit out that nigga and push him on the ground. I'll be arrested. That's why you don't see me involved with Black revolutionary shit. Because a lot of people be like, well, you ain't no revolution. I had to quit. Because I was always over whooping. And the older brothers like, nah, Pharaoh, you can't do that. Nah, Pharaoh, you can't do that. So I just gave up Black revolutionary shit. Because I really wanted to get busy. And I seen that them niggas didn't. It was too frustrating. I had to let it go. Because I'll be ready to pop off. So ain't no need of me getting in that. That's why you don't see me pushing pro-black like that, because I overdo it. And I'll be by myself. Facts. I used to be like that. And when I went to Hawaii, you know how many wars I was in with them Asians and them Hawaiians and them Samoans? And look how skinny I am. And we had all these big-ass brothers. Like when the Samoans talk shit to the black sister, we got big 6'3" niggas and shit. Right? Right? Big 6'3", right? In Hawaii. The Samoans, big ass Samoans, 3 of them talk crazy to the black sister. Guess who had to run up on their ass? Me. I had to run up on the Samoans and threaten the goddamn Samoans. Look how skinny I am. I'm like 5'11". We had niggas over there 6'3", 6'4". Big old dudes. Didn't do nothing. Let these Samoans punk the black people. And then over there, I was on some black shit. So everybody black, I was defending them. Brothers from St. Lucia, brothers from Haiti, brothers from California, New York. I didn't give a fuck where you was from. We was all black. We was out on an island with a bunch of different type of people, and I wasn't going. I was defending all the black people in Hawaii. Anybody tell you that? And I was with the bullshit. 100%. I had target practice and everything up on my property. Brothers come up there with their guns and practice shooting on my soul. Everybody know I was on some revolutionary shit. But what was the brothers on? They wasn't on shit. I got tired of putting myself out there. I started putting myself out there for my wife and children. You say the African people, my ancestors. He said the African people are still at, man, if you ain't my, listen, I don't, if you my brother, you gotta act like it. I don't need no ancestor that ain't worth for shit. Fuck the Africans. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not gonna make nobody be my brother that don't make me be their brother. Brandon, you can get the fuck out of here with that. To be my brother, I got to be your brother. Ain't none of this shit, I'm begging you to be my brother. No, fuck that. Fuck Africa. I don't give a fuck what happens to Africa or Africans. Listen, how old are you, Brandon? How old are you? Because I'm 67. I'm 67. How old are you? How old are you? Because I'm 67 and I've been trying to rep Africa, goddamn it, since I was motherfucking a baby. How long you want me to keep fucking with Africa? I've been pushing Pan-African concepts since 1970, fucking 76, 77. Hard in 78. What did I get from it? What did I get for Pan-Africanism from Africa? What did I get from Africa from all these years representing Africa? So that's what you're telling me, Brandon? I'm just supposed to keep doing that shit with nothing reciprocating? That what you telling me? And I'm fucking 67, I'm gonna be 70? And you want me to keep like doing that shit? That ain't gonna do shit for my children? Ain't gonna do shit for my grandchildren? That's what you telling me? You telling me that I should forsake my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, my nephews and nieces, and chase behind some fucking African that ain't nothing came back? Man, fuck Africa. They on their own. I'm not doing it, bro. Black Americans, we've been standing up for Africa forever. Forever. Y'all just young. Y'all don't know. Y'all just young. So y'all don't know. We, foundational Black Americans, been standing up for Black Africans for decades. Way back with Soweto. Look up Soweto. Look up Soweto and put in the chat what year that was. Look it up. We're going to take a break. Look up Soweto. Put in the chat what year that was. I'm born in 1958. Put it in the chat. Who was online the other day when I called my sister in Zakiya, right? When I was in high school, the year I graduated high school, I knew about Soweto. 18 years old, I was standing up for it. 1976, I was 18 years old. That's the year I graduated. I was standing up for Soweto. I called my sister that went to Kenya. If you was listening, she didn't want to say what she said in Hawaii when she came back from Kenya. Because we hung out with her in LA. We went to Hawaii. She went to Africa. She went back to LA. Then she came to see us in Hawaii, and she stayed. She's still there. And she did not want to say what she said originally because she has bought into Pan-Africanism, and she didn't want to not look Pan-African. Everybody's seen it. But when she came back and she was mad, she said the Kenyans treated her like dirt. They called her Ferengi, and the experience, she hated it. And when I talked to her the other day, she said, go visit it. But she said, I wouldn't want to. She said, I wouldn't want to go there and stay. But she said, you should go see it. I wouldn't say you should stay. But she danced around that the Kenyans did not consider her an African. They called her Ferengi. It broke her heart. That's what they called her. They treated her bad. They treated her like a white person. They treated her like a white person. And when she went over there, it was like 82 or something. She ain't been back. Ain't thinking about going back. Because she went over there and found out they don't consider you them. So for somebody to tell me to try to consider myself somebody that don't accept me is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All the brothers, young brothers now that's Pan-Africans, they ain't gonna get nothing from it. They ain't gonna get nothing. They wasting their life. And at the end of the day, they never gonna be Africans and they never gonna be respected by Africans. You've been the king. I know. They don't respect us. They don't respect us as no Africans. I've been around that for years and years and years. Africans didn't come around the Rasta movement when Rasta was pushing repatriation is a must in Africa for the Africans. Africans never accepted Rasta, never came to the reggae. It was white people at the reggae show. And when no Africans didn't come to no reggae, Africans didn't fuck with Rasta. Rasta embraced Africa 100%. Africans never embraced Rasta. Not a bit. Ethiopians would come to like reggae shows and see pictures of Haile Selassie and say, why y'all like him? You would think Ethiopians would have moved Rastas in. Ethiopians is some stank ass people with their nose in the air. They don't fuck with black Americans like that. They don't even fuck with other Africans. Africans don't fuck with Africans. Imagine people trying to get us to deal with Africans, and Africans don't deal with Africans. They don't. It get to the point where we're not trying to hold nobody accountable. We got to do our own thing. That's my point. We got to do our own thing. You cannot be sitting somewhere dreaming about way over there while you're neglecting where you're at, while your circumstances where you at are deteriorating. Now, Rasta's got a song, by the rivers of Babylon, where we fled down, and there we dwell, when we remember Zion. For the wicked carry us away, captivity require from us a song. How can we sing King Alpha's song in a strange land? And what Rasta still doing? Singing King Alpha's song in a strange land. They said, how can we sing King Alpha's song in a strange land? And what is they doing still today? Singing what? Where they singing that? They ran them out of Ethiopia, bulldozed their camp. Hold on. Look. Look what they did to their crib. Look. Look what they did to the Rasta's home in Ethiopia. Look. Look, look what the Ethiopians did to the Rasta camp in Africa. Look, look for yourself. Look what they did today. Look what they did to their camp, to the Rastas that love Africa and moved to Shashamani because Haile Selassie gave Shashamani for black people in the West. And so they went to Shashamani, and look what the Ethiopians did to the black Rastas that wear the Ethiopian colors and the Ethiopian flag and love Ethiopia, adore Ethiopia. And look what the Ethiopians think of them. I rest my case. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Huh? What y'all think about that? Senior Rastas boycott visit of Ethiopia prince and protests against Jamaican government. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Huh? What y'all think about that? Hmm? You tell me. Emperor Haile Selassie gave Shashamani to black people, in the West, land for us. The Rastas was the only one that went, but it was given to all black people, land, land was given to black people in the West to return to Africa. The Ethiopians said, "Don't come here. The Ethiopians was like, don't come here. I don't know where y'all gonna go, but don't come here. That's a fact. The Ethiopians said, we don't know where you're gonna go, but do not come here. That's a fact. That's absolute fact. Okay. And so this dream of Africa is not real. It's a false dream. You're wasting your time. Okay. You are wasting your time. Emperor Haile Selassie gave you land in Ethiopia. Look what the Ethiopians did to his statue up in Europe. Now, why would you go over there when that man gave you land and this is what they think of that man? So what you think they're going to think of you if they're going to tear up his statue? Keep it a billion. These are the things nobody want to tell you. You understand? It don't make no sense for you to go and find out something I didn't already found out. Delineating is important. We have to push for foundational Black American excellence. We have to push for better schools, better housing, a better economic development. Okay? That's what we have to focus on. Building our communities we already live on, taking our care of our family that's already here. How many people you think are Pan-Africans? How many brothers you think are Pan-Africans that don't get along with everybody in their real family, but pretending they love Africa? Probably ain't call their own sister. Probably beefing with their brother, their uncle. That stuff is a pipe dream. It's not real. I shouldn't have to come back and tell you something and you don't listen. I had people in my chat, man, you with a whole bunch of different races. You was trying to look like Jamaicans, all kind of stupid stuff. When if they had some sense, they would have looked at me with all them pictures, with all them rosters, and they would have said, well, if this man been in this movement this long and he's saying it ain't no good, who better to say it ain't no good than somebody that been a Pan-African? Pan-Africanism, it ain't no good because don't nobody believe in it. You're going to be believing in something that doesn't exist. It just makes you feel good. But that concept, it does not really exist. There is no concept of no unified Africa in Africa. There is no concept of no unified Africa in the Caribbean. There ain't even a concept of a unified Caribbean. There ain't no concept of a unified foundational Black Americans. If you can't unify the black folks in your city, what the hell make you think you can unify black people globally? Huh? Bill and Hillary robbed who? A bunch of Haitians that wasn't on shit before they gave them money. Haiti ain't gonna never be shit. Haitians don't like Haitians. Bill and Hillary cannot make Haitians like Haitians. You just talking, RJ. If black people want to unite it, Bill and Hillary, we don't need their fucking money. We the seventh richest nation in the world. The fuck do we need with their money? Foundation of Black Americans are the seventh richest nation on the world. If black people unite all over the world, how much money is that? I don't know, bro. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You mislead my audience. Don't y'all listen to RJ. I'm talking, I don't nobody know what the fuck he talking about. People like that is like spies or agents because he trying to distract y'all from what the fuck I'm saying. On some Bill Hillary bullshit. This nigga talking stupid. Bill and Hillary. How many fucking years ago was that? Just some any old shit. Some niggas say anything. Don't nobody want to hear that shit, RJ. Keep that shit over there where you at. Don't come over here trying to teach and confuse my audience. Motherfuckers ain't gonna do nothing with that money. $4 billion would have went in the pocket of the motherfuckers that steal. Listen, come back tomorrow, bro. I done told you. And you a nigga just don't want to listen. Bring your ass back tomorrow. Don't be trying to be no damn government agent and distract my conversation and get me on some off track. People like RJ, you have to wonder if they the police. You understand? He on some police ass shit. See what I'm saying? I'm talking one thing. He want to divert the conversation on some goofy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? So that I won't be on point, what I'm telling y'all. The purpose of FBA and the purpose of delineating. The purpose of delineating is not to separate yourself. The purpose of delineating is to do what everybody else already fucking doing. This is how they brainwashing y'all. They telling you that if you delineating, you're trying to separate yourself from Africans who are already delineated. They are already Ghanaians. They are already Nigerians. They are already Ethiopians. These people are already Jamaicans. They're already Trinidadians. How are you going to separate from a bunch of separate groups that are already delineated? They're trying to make you think that Black Americans are delineating from groups that are already separate individual groups. Make it make some sense. This is the game they are playing. It's a game. It's a game. How are we separating when delineate means what? To describe or portray something precisely. To describe or portray something precisely. You telling me that people in the Caribbean don't portray themselves precisely? That they don't say, I am Trinidadian. That is delineating. I am Jamaican. I am Ghanaian. I am Nigerian. That is delineating. Now ask yourself why everybody's delineated until you don't. Ask yourself that. That how a bunch of people that's delineated telling you don't. Because you will be divisive. Make that make some goddamn sense. Make that make some sense. A bunch of people that already precisely describe themselves telling you don't precisely describe yourself. Somebody tell me that makes some goddamn sense. That a motherfucker that say he's Nigerian gonna tell me not to say I'm foundational Black American. So he can be Nigerian. What I'm supposed to be? Oh, I'm supposed to be what? I'm confused. So what the hell am I supposed to be? Oh, what some motherfucker want to tell me I should be. At what point can a Nigerian or a Ghanaian tell me what I'm supposed to be when they is delineated already and don't want you to know what delineate means? Why would you listen to some people that don't want you to even know what it means? What are we doing? You listen to some people that don't even want you to know what the word means. The word does not mean division. And they are already practicing it. Now you tell me that it's not something to that. Why are a bunch of blacks that are precisely portrayed, why are blacks that are described or portrayed precisely telling us not to be described or portrayed precisely? Explain that. Explain to me how some blacks that are described and portrayed precisely telling you not to be described and portrayed precisely. Explain that to me. So an African that is described and portrayed precisely, how is that your friend when they don't want you to have the same benefit they got? They got the benefit of being described and portrayed precisely. They don't call themselves no goddamn Africans. How they gonna tell you don't delineate when them motherfuckers in Africa don't consider themselves Africans? They should be the first ones to not delineate and be Africans. But they ain't Africans. They ain't even Ethiopians. They ain't even Nigerians. They are tribes. They're trying to fool you, making you think they Ethiopians. Them ain't no goddamn Ethiopians. They Amara, Aroma, Tigrayan. They Fulani, Ashanti. They not Africans. They ain't even representing their country. Africans don't represent their country. They just tell you that. They're not even united in their country, not alone the continent. None of them countries, they are not one people in their countries. They are delineated by tribe. They ain't even delineated by country. In Africa. In Africa, they are delineated by tribes. And a Black American, Pan-African, is usually a dumbass. It's usually half-ass. I ain't standing on shit. Period. I've been around them. The Pan-African movement is a bunch of losers. They mostly do it to be seen and to walk around and look African-y. They don't put no work in. Nothing. They have no festivals. They have no meetings. They have no movement. There is no Pan-African shit nowhere. The Pan-African movement is the phoniest shit in the world. They don't do nothing. Why you think I stepped away? The Rastafarian don't do shit. They don't do nothing. Nothing. They don't do anything but play reggae music and walk around and talk bullshit. You show me. Don't you know if Rasta was standing on something, we would all know what it is. Okay, what Rasta got? What Rasta did? Tell me the big Rasta thing going on that's helping Black people. What's the name of it? Tell me the big Pan-African thing going on. What's the name of the big Pan-African thing that we could partake in? Name it. What's the name of it? What's the name of the big Pan-African accomplishment that these Pan-Africans have put together? What's the name of it? Put it in the chat. What's the name? It's been here since Marcus Garvey. What is the name of the successful Pan-African movement? What have they built? What's the name of what they built? Huh? What's the name of it? What's the name? Where's their works? What's the name of their works? What do they have to show for Pan-Africanism? Name it. I've never heard of it. Name it. Hell, it should be something. I got involved in 1978, 77, 78, 78, 88, 98, 2008, 2018. It's going to be 2020. That's going to be 50 years. All right. All that stuff. What is it? They ain't teaching YN shit. That's false. That's false. YNs don't listen to them. YNs gangbanging, busting guns. Pan-Africans ain't teaching YN shit. Them niggas ain't listening to no fucking Pan-Africans. Where you from? Okay, let me ask y'all something. YNs in Chicago is listening to Pan-Africans? Y'all telling me something I ain't never heard of. I'm confused. YNs in Chicago is listening to Pan-Africans? Because I thought they was GDs, BDs, Vice Lords, Blackstone, Folk Corn Hustlers. I don't even know. I didn't know YNs. I didn't know YNs in this city was Pan-Africans. I gotta step my game up, Jeanette. You know something I don't know. I thought YNs would pull a gun on you, Jeanette, and carjack you and throw you out on the street and drive off with your car. That's what I thought. And I thought the YNs that ain't doing that, they at school, trying to get married, trying to get some money. I thought they was chasing a bag. I didn't know they was chasing Africa. We got two type of YNs: gangsters and criminals and gang members, and them that's chasing the bag. Well, three, and bums that's gonna be homeless. It's the only three we got: dope fiends and bums that's gonna be homeless, gang members, and educated ones trying to get a bag. And they don't give a fuck about no Africa. Ain't nobody in Chicago talking about no goddamn Africa nowhere in this motherfucking city. The African events in the 80s was like when you talk about black events, the Pan-African events in Chicago all the way across this country in the 80s and 90s were about, out of all events, the Pan-African events was about a good 20 to 25% of events. The Pan-African events now got to be like 0.3% of the events. They ain't even 1% of the events no more. Ain't no African Liberation Days. Ain't no Bob Marley Days. Ain't no more of that shit. Shit gone, been gone. I ain't heard of it. And ain't no black. Ain't no pro-black events no more. Ain't no big Kwanzaa parades and shit like that shit no more. The Mexicans run L.A. I ain't heard of that. There ain't no reggae concerts. Where? There's no reggae clubs. Where? Veganism is bigger than Pan-Africanism. Veganism is huge. Veganism is huge. There's vegan stuff everywhere. There ain't no black shit nowhere no more. Our men are outsourced to other races. Where you live at, Jeanette? Where you live? I ain't heard of that either. Where you live at? Because in Chicago, we fucking all these ladies. Well, New York is an immigrant city. New York is not black. So New York is immigrant. So they're not outsourced or nothing. They fucking who there. So if you're in New York, they're not outsourcing. They in New York. They fucking who there. That makes sense. If I'm in New York, I'm fucking all them foreign hoes too. I ain't passing up no pussy just because you speak a different language. Nowadays, you go a little too far. You know what I'm saying? But I know. I was wondering, that's New York. That don't count. New York don't count. Miami don't count. LA, any coastal city don't count. You know what I'm saying, Jeanette? Coastal cities are different because coastal cities is highly immigrant. You know what I'm saying? And if I go outside and it's a fine ass Haitian chick and she like me, we get to talking and we become friends and she want to give me that ass and shit, I'm not going to be like, well, I can't knock the bottom out your fine ass because you Haitian. I'm going to have me a little, I'm going to have me a little FBA Haitian baby. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to go too far. I'm not telling y'all to pass up no pussy now. That's too much. We're not doing that part. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say delineating is this. I sleep with a Haitian woman. She get pregnant. She Haitian. I'm FBA. That's delineating. The baby is half FBA, half Haitian. So I would still be delineating because I will still be foundational Black American. See what I'm saying? That would not change my delineating. I would still be what my sister and my mom and daddy is, and my children by foundational Black American women. But if I have sex with a Haitian woman and she have a son, and then my son have sex with a foundational Black American woman and have a son, we back on track. Because then their baby will be 3/3 foundational Black American and 1/3 Haitian. Basically. So that's not what delineation is about. Delineating is identification. So like there's Nigerians with Black American women, but he is a Nigerian. No, it does not mean separating. It means to describe or portray precisely. So I would precisely be a foundational Black American, and she would precisely be a Haitian. You understand? Like my two oldest sons, they are foundational Black American. On their mother's side, they foundational Black American and Mexican. Because her grandparents, one of her grandparents was Mexican and Black, or had a baby by a Black person that was Black and Mexican and then had her. So they is foundational Black American and Mexican. My two oldest sons. So it's not about, hating. It's not hate. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's not hate. Delineating is just describing what you are. It's not hate. But people turn to hate. I don't know why. It doesn't mean for me to hate a Nigerian. It just means that now I'm something. He or she is a Nigerian, and I'm a foundational Black American. It gives me the same identity they got. It puts us in the same position of everybody else. They're already delineated. They are already precisely described. And nobody said that was hate. Jamaicans are precisely described as Jamaicans. They describe us as Black Americans, which is not a direct description. Because Black American just means you Black, which means anything, and an American citizen. Well, a Nigerian that's a citizen is a Black American. A Ghanaian that's a citizen is a Black American. That's not lineage. That's not lineage. So a Nigerian that's an American citizen is a Black American, but his lineage is Nigerian. So we're saying our lineage is foundational Black America. We want to distinctly identify ourselves. People got to understand that we just got free when I was 12 years old. So we're still fixing our situation. Foundational Black Americans were not free until 1970. They were not free on Juneteenth. They just said you were free on Juneteenth. But if they said you were free on Juneteenth, right? If you were free, right? If you were actually free on Juneteenth, why couldn't she sit on the bus? You understand? Was she free? No. They said she was free. If she was free, she would have been able to sit on the bus anywhere she wanted, correct? Correct? You didn't get free until MLK and the civil rights movement freed you. That's why I have such high regard for MLK. And we were not officially free until 1970. We were not free in the 60s. In 1970, I was 12 years old. I was born under a slave mentality of segregation. And I was not free until I was 12 years old. 1970. Nobody teaching this. And not a new philosophy? Right, because we're dealing with new circumstances. So we have to upgrade our teachings. I am upgrading the teachings for the next generation. Okay? I am upgrading the teachings for the next generation. You will teach your children that they were not free until 1970. And after 1970, that's when you got all them Cadillacs. That's when you got all them neighborhoods. That's when you got all them houses. That's when you got all them jobs. And that's when you built all these beautiful foundational Black American communities based on 1970. That's when you became bus drivers. That's when you started working for sanitation. That's when you became mayors and doctors and lawyers and senators and congressmen, aldermen. 1970. And so now we're still working, and now we're trying to identify ourselves. Okay? Young Black people. We were called African American by the media. Listen to me, young Black people, so that you know the real history. The term African American was never a term for us to use. It was an identification marker for the media because the media were beginning to talk about the various types of Americans, okay? And they would talk about the Italian Americans, the Greek Americans, the Chinese American. These is on news stories and things like that. So they used the term Greek Americans, Chinese Americans, Italian American, Polish American. And when they described us, they had to come up with a term. Because they didn't know what country, they put us with the whole continent and came up with the concept we will call them African American. It was just a news term used to identify various Americans. That's it. That's all it was. Jesse Jackson did not come up with African Americans. The news media and documentaries did in order to describe us as they described Italian Americans, Greek Americans, Chinese Americans, and then Mexican Americans, African Americans. It was a description to use with Italian American, Greek American, Polish American. And to describe the black ones, they just used the term African American. That's where that was from. We never called ourselves African American, only professionally like that. We was blacks. And we became black because we liked it better than Negro. So don't listen to these new motherfuckers that's wet behind the ear, just born. They don't know the history. They wasn't here. They gonna say black is not a good term. Black is a great term compared to Negro. No, we never called ourselves African American. As the media called us African American, we called ourselves blacks. That's because we didn't like Negro. Okay, black was better. We had two words before black, and we didn't like them. And those two words was Negro and colored, and we didn't want to be colored, and we didn't want to be Negro. So you have to look backwards going forward. We don't want to be black now, but black was a big step up from colored and Negro. You understand? So don't look down on your people. These was improvements at the time. So don't look now and say, we don't want to be black. Yes, you wanted to be black. You didn't want to be colored or Negro. So you got to go up the ladder, young people. Black was good at that time. Black was better than colored or Negro. The NOI was irrelevant. Nobody gave a fuck about the NOI. Nobody listened to Elijah Muhammad. No, Elijah Muhammad was a nobody. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was a nobody. He was only something to the Nation of Islam. Black Americans was Methodists and Baptists and did not like Islam at all. History is making Elijah bigger than he was at the time. Elijah was a nobody at the time. He was a nobody. Black Americans was into Jesus. Don't try to go back in time. Nobody listened to fucking Elijah Muhammad but a few people that was in the Nation of Islam. Well, my daddy would be in the car and Elijah Muhammad come on, he'd change the station. Elijah talking that. He would turn the station. My daddy would turn Elijah off. As soon as his program come on, turn it off. They was nobodies. This is Elijah Muhammad. This is MLK. This is Elijah. This is MLK. Nobody gave a fuck about Elijah Muhammad. That's somebody I found out later. I found out how great he was. At the time I was growing up, he was a nobody. As a matter of fact, the black revolutionaries didn't like him because he was talking about our nappy hair, Yakub, and we supposed to have straight hair, and we supposed to be light skinned. You know, Nation of Islam got some fucked up teachings. They used to say the big afro was like the white caveman. They had pictures in the final call of like a brother and sister and kids with an afro, and then they had some white family with their hair out trying to say that the nappy hair and shit is like the caveman. They had some fucked up philosophy, but I excuse him because he was always born 1800, so I give him a pass on all that bullshit. But the Nation of Islam was pushing a whole lot of bullshit with Yakub and all this shit. And we ain't supposed to be dark. We supposed to be yellow like Master Pharaoh, who ain't black. He not black. Master Pharaoh is not a black man. Okay? Not a black man. So the Nation of Islam was on some bullshit, right? Well, nobody gonna listen to that weirdo shit, right? That was weirdo shit. Still is. But I judge Elijah Baker. He was born in 1800, so he get a pass. But they was on some be white shit. That's why all their leaders is high yellow. They'll never have no real black leader. I'm just saying. The Nation of Islam push colorism. Everybody got to be high yellow. You can't be like Khalid. They want to make sure Khalid, no black nigga like that don't run it. It's always got to be a high yellow nigga running the Nation of Islam. The next leader going to be high yellow, just like Farrakhan. Farrakhan came to L.A. talking about, ladies, you know you like a light-skinned man with good hair. That's what he said in L.A. All the Rastas and all the Pan-African brothers was pissed. Boy, they went to see Farrakhan and he got on stage and told a black woman, y'all know y'all like a light-skinned man with good hair. That's what he said. Right in L.A. I was there, nigga. I wasn't at the thing, but I was in L.A. when the brothers came back. They was mad. OG, King OG, and them was mad to the motherfucker. Oh, woo-wee. Woo-wee. That's what he said. That's what he said. I'm the realest nigga alive. King OG was down. King OG was down. Comedic Rasta. My brother King OG was down. Shout out to the King's Chamber. These are foundational Black American Egyptians. Pro football player from the Kansas City Chiefs. They kicked him out because he wanted to get a union together for health and shit like that. This is who I lived with when I got to L.A. He was there when Farrakhan said that shit. My brother Jabrier was a cab driver, picked up Farrakhan and Ali. And Ali had white stuff all over his nose. And it was Farrakhan and Ali in the back of the cab. And he said he dropped him off at a hotel. There was some prostitutes out there. And they went up to a room. 2 prostitutes, Farrakhan and Muhammad Ali. This is what my brethren said. That picked him up. Jabrier from Chicago. He was from Chicago. He was a cab driver in L.A. He lived in L.A. He picked him up. He said Farrakhan kept looking in the mirror, trying to see if he identified him. He tried to act like he didn't know who they was. And Muhammad Ali had powder all over his nose. And when Farrakhan got out the cab and went up with some hoes. You seen Farrakhan last few years ago say I did all kind of stuff with women and all that. You already made that confession. A lot of stuff I just don't say. I keep to myself. Unless somebody step on my toes and want to go have a debate and try to get crazy, I'll tell a lot. I know more than that, but I ain't gonna tell everything. Some things, let dead dogs lie. But yeah, I know some shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been around the block. You know what I'm saying? Jabrier picked him up. Ali had cocaine all over his face, allegedly, supposedly. And him and Farrakhan took him to some hoes. Two hoes, 2 skank hoes, 2 hoes. Y'all know. You been driving up and down Figueroa? This big Pharaoh, I know everything about Black Americans. No, it happened. I ain't gonna hold it against them. You know what I'm saying? I don't hold that against them. It is what it is. We not. You know what I'm saying? I don't hold that against them. I banged out a whole bunch of chicks. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hold that against them. Now I was in Hawaii. You know, I fucked the whole world. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say nothing. I done knock back Germans, Portuguese, Italians, Africans, you know, being around the world and that, yeah, yeah. Got a lot of babies. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that. I don't know how I went astray and I can't find my babies. But I love them. I need to do some remixes. My remixes will be crazy. So I can't judge nobody. I'm just telling y'all that's why I sing. I don't hold it against him. Farrakhan's still my man. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes men got to get it together. You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting you know I know stuff. But he was in LA and he said, he told the black women, y'all know y'all like a light skinned man with good hair. Black people was pissed. Why would you say some shit? But that's a part of that religion. That religion, got a lot of weirdo shit in it. When you study and you study a lot of stuff, you learn stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to read these people's beliefs and you go, wow. You know what I'm saying? So you got to read about Yakub and all that. You know? You gotta read about Yakub and all that. That's my man, like I said, Mustafa, that's my childhood friend. So, I love him and his daddy. You know what I'm saying? I love him and his daddy. But I'm the type of person, when I'm talking to black people, what you want me to do? I have a responsibility to my community to tell them things. And ain't nothing beat the people. I've always been for the people. I've always wrote pamphlets for the people. I've always hung up, gave out papers for the people. Before we had social media, I would type out papers and go to Kinko's and copy them and give out my thoughts. I used to type my thoughts and give them out. So I've always done this. My whole life, I've always been doing this. I gotta tell y'all the facts, even if you know what I'm saying. And I'm telling y'all that foundational Black Americans are not separating ourselves. We are just identifying ourselves. Stop believing that it represents separation. I'm foundational Black American. I am not separated from my Jamaican brethren and my Trinidadian brethren. That's not separation. I am not separating from them. Them is still my brethren. I'm not separated from them. That's not what this is. I'm not anti Africans. That's crazy. I'm not anti Africans. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I'm not anti Africans. My brethren, I got brethren that's like my brothers that I'll go out and go to war with them. Now, Peter Tallis, I've been knowing you probably since 1979, right?
Right around them
About
time,
43 years, something like that, right?
definitely, definitely.
Now, you had some Ross that was older than us, right? Like Zadi, Chucky, all them brethren, Timai. Them brethren was older than us, right?
Right, definitely, definitely.
Now, what did you notice? What's the difference between the Rastam that was older than us and the Rasta that came like in the mid 80s and it was younger than us? What's the major difference in them?
Well, the means are different right now. The guys them now well harder, and back then it was a kind of unification, man looking forward and speaking about much more love, me I say, and more dedicated to brethren and brethren to get together and unite. But right now it's kinda way out of hand now. It's fashion, a pair fashion thing I go on,
Right,
Rasta fashion, it's not back na Bob Marley days when the man they say Ethiopia, Africa, one for one and all for all, So hopefully I hope them get it together, and realize Rasta business is not no fashion. You see me?
right. So you would say that they was more Pan African, right?
Yeah, more definitely there was everybody was, thinking about repatriation, and back into the future, I mean, the roots where it's coming from, But right now, it's all over now. Everybody done fashion dread. This thing is not a fashion dread. You have to deep and know the roots of it. That's what the thing said. Zaddy, you got you got man like Chucky, whole heap of more brethren, man like whenever so much of them pass through. I can't remember so much of them name, but it was a whole lot of them. A whole lot of them. A whole lot of Rasta man was there, but
Now,
Naya Como, me I say Dirks man and who again? Well, it's so much of them. I can't remember so much of them name, but it was a whole lot was keeping up the fight.
all right, now
Rasta.
shout out a lot of your brethren now.
Well, give thanks to a lot of my brethren them who along the way, man like Badness, Vitamin, man like Skipper, Patrick, Originals, Talas said we. You see me I say. And along the way I will heap man like Nally, me I say. And I forgive shout out to my brethren like Dan too, like a short brethren on the corner at Euclid. Was a good youth too. So hopefully one love for everyone. If I don't miss a man name, it's just one love said.
That's my brethren Peter Tallis. Now, he like a real family member. So that's why I'm telling y'all, yeah, I'm doing FBA. Yeah, I'm doing reparations. Yeah, I'm getting on the case of groups the same way I get down on foundational black Americans. I talk about us too. I gang problems, I stuff. But it's not personal because I got brethren that's really like my family members. See that brother right there is really a family member, like to me. His problems is my problems. Okay. He's married into the family too. His first wife was a foundational black American. They had some children. She passed away. But I've been knowing him like 46 years, almost 50 years. I've been knowing Peter. You know what I'm saying? His problems is my problems and vice versa. If I have problems and I call him, it's going to be smoke. He going to come. Now is he going to come? He going to bring some Jamaicans with him and it's going to be a problem. And when I go to Jamaican functions, I'm family, period. So this is not hate. I don't push hate. Delineating is not hate. I'm just doing the same thing he doing. He is a Jamaican. He is delineating. He is describing what he is precisely. And all I'm doing is describing what I am precisely. It's not, I'm not hating him. This got nothing to do with whether I like him or not. Him calling it, him being a Jamaican has nothing to do with whether he likes me or not. He's a Jamaican. I'm a foundational Black American. It has nothing to do with if we like each other or nothing to do with separating. Like, what? How does a title separate you? That doesn't make any sense. People are misrepresenting what FBA is. If a Jamaican is talking crazy, that Jamaican is talking crazy. If I categorize Jamaicans, it'll be because I'm talking about Jamaica. And I'm going to say, you Jamaicans need to do something about Jamaica. If I'm talking about Chicago, I'm going to be Chicago niggas need to do something. Y'all fucking up. But that's not each and every person in Chicago, but I got to group Chicago. I can't go light if I'm talking about Chicago. I got to diss Black Chicagoans. So that's not personal when I trash things that be happening in Chicago. I can't go light because I'm from Chicago. I can't go light. I can't go light just because I'm from Chicago. If I want to say something bad about what Blacks is doing in Chicago, I cannot go light. I got to say niggas in Chicago tripping. I can't be like, oh, I don't want to say that because I'm a nigga from Chicago. I can't do that. I can't go light because you're a cool African. When I say Africans this and that, that's not personal. I got African brethren just like him. I got like real brethren. I'm really international. I'm really him. I got brethren all over the world. I got all kind of brothers and sisters. I got all kind of people from everywhere. From Mexico, from Puerto Rico, from wherever, from Trinidad, from Ghana. I got family, people that's like family. I got people from Africa that's like family. No ifs and buts about it. I just don't be this the internet, so I don't be dropping people's names unless they agree to be recorded. Other than that, I don't drop names. So this got nothing to do with hate. This is not that. When you see young people that call themselves FBA hating, they just don't know no better. They think that's what it is. Even though Tyreek keep telling them that's not what it is. He's not beefing with Africans. He's beefing with particular Africans that come at him online. Not Africans. The Africans that say crazy stuff. But he didn't got into it with how many foundational Black Americans. What's the difference? So this, I just wanted to clear that up. Delineating is just a particular description that we've never had the opportunity to make till now. And if we had the opportunity to make it without social media, we couldn't make changes. So you young people got to understand, now that the world has social media, there's going to be a lot of changes. People never would have thought to try to make changes before social media because there would be no way to reach a bunch of people to make changes. But now that we have social media, we can think outside the box now and start to make social changes because we can reach more people. That's the only reason that's happening now, because we never could have become FBA without social media. And we becoming FBA so we can clearly delineate, and we trying to delineate so that it's clear our lineage, because we need to be clear about our lineage to get reparations. We cannot get reparation without our lineage going back into picking cotton and slavery. So this is why we have to delineate to get reparations. The process of getting reparations is delineation. Duh. Finding out you're a specific group that actually picked the cotton, that actually was here doing Jim Crow, slavery, and redlining. That's it. That's why you're hearing about it now while it's a reparations movement. We have to specify our lineage. If you were in Nigeria, Ghana, you are not owed reparations for what happened in the 1800s. It's real simple. It's not what people are making it. It's got nothing to do with hate. Y'all stop listening to that and stop being mad because young people saying it wrong. When you see young people doing that, just be like, oh, they mixed up. Don't buy into it. They don't know. It's people that watch me that was thinking that have changed since I said this. They don't know. That's all. This thing is still new, and we still got to work to make sure everybody know what it's about. It has nothing to do with dislike. Me, I'm a general. So yes, I'm gonna talk bad to Africans because as a general, the African people ain't doing what they supposed to do. But it's not hate. You understand? This is my great grandmother. This is delineating. This is tying me back to my mother's mother, my mother's grandmother, that was born in 1876, just a few years after slavery ended. Okay? Juneteenth was just a few years before she was born. And she lived to be 117 years old. This is my lineage. This is my grandmother, my great grandmother on my mother's side. That's all this is. Because we have to provide our lineage when we get our reparations. And we have people that are saying they don't want us to get our reparations. Even other foundational Black Americans are not standing up for reparations. This is my great grandmother on my mother's side. This is my grandfather on my father's side, my father's father. All of this information we are gathering and putting together so that we can get our reparations. That is delineating. Okay? That is delineating. And foundational Black Americans, you must delineate, you must describe yourself, and you must begin to put the information together to get your reparations. You got to start putting the information together. This is what we do in our family. Okay, we are beginning to put the family tree together. Okay? This is what we are doing. We are putting the family tree together. All right? You must do the same thing. Began to put the family tree together. Okay? This is what you must do. This is what we are doing. This is delineating. This is, okay? You see? This is my family. There's my father at the bottom, Randolph. There goes all his brothers. There's my grandfather, and there is my grandmother on my father's side. You see how we're getting the family together? There was 8 boys. My Uncle Richard was the oldest. Charles, I went to his funeral. I think he passed away in the war. Stanley came to Chicago with my daddy. Sidney came to Chicago with my daddy. Oscar came to Chicago with my daddy. Larry, he moved to California. Robert, he passed away too. And there's my daddy, Randolph. Okay? Giving y'all the knowledge. Here's my 3 aunts, Annie, Louise, and Madeline. That's my father's entire family. Okay? This is what you're going to need. Okay? To start to put together. I got a bunch of pictures to send. You see down the second picture on your right, you see my father, my mother, and my sister. You notice I'm not in the picture because I'm in Hawaii or California, separated from the family. Okay? I'm not around for so many years. This is the 3 aunties. This is 10 of the others on the right at the top. Okay? The Stewarts. That's my father's side of the family. Okay? This is what you must do. Okay? You must put the family together. There go the Stewart family. Okay? The Elliott family. All right? Lineage. Okay? Don't let nobody fool you with all the foolishness. It's lineage. Has nothing to do with hate. Has nothing to do with anything other than separating yourself by identification. Something that everybody else is already doing. So you can see the hate on foundational Black Americans because all the other Blacks are already delineated. I'm just showing you how to hate Nigerians. If you're a Nigerian, that's delineating. If you're a Ghanaian, that's delineating. If you're an Ethiopian, that's delineating. If you're an Algerian, that's delineating. Italian, delineating. German, delineating. That's what that is. The reason people got a problem with it is because the fact we foundational Black Americans makes us biblical, makes us like the children of Israel, makes us the most unique ones. We the only ones got to make up a lineage. So what do that tell you? about our struggle. If you know you're Nigerian and I got to be foundational Black American, what that tell you the difference in your family and my family? That my family went into bondage. That's what it tell you. A brother tell you a more, but he don't got his original name or his original identity. He just making shit up as he go. But if you get a more, I bet you a more won't show you their family photos because they family photos gonna be Johnson, Smith, Robinson. And it ain't gonna be no Moorish name. It's gonna be just like all the rest of our names. They grandmamas and granddads and great granddads and grandmas ain't no different than mine. They ain't gonna show you. In some cases, they ain't gonna even be foundational Black Americans. They finally gonna be from the goddamn Caribbean. So a nigga from the Caribbean, so now he wanna be Moorish because he ain't no Black American. So he gotta make up some shit. Okay? Let's keep it real. A lot of these niggas, their mamas and daddies came from the Caribbean. And so they want to try to make up and be some kind of special nigga. Rather than just say, my parents came from the Caribbean. Now you a Moor. Right. Right. Think about it. Y'all know a lot of these Moors family from somewhere else and they don't want to tell the truth. They want to find some other bullshit identity. Rather than tell us, who is you though, nigga? Who was your grandmama and your granddaddy? They wasn't no motherfucking Moors. Tell that shit to somebody else. So your granddaddy, your grandma was a Moor? Nigga, shut the fuck up. I said, the fuck out of here. Your granddad and grandmama from the Virgin Islands or somewhere, or from up here picking cotton with man. One or the other. Your mama and granddad, Noble Drew Ali, where is that nigga? And where's that nigga really from? Facts. Who is his grandmama and his granddaddy? Fuck all that bullshit. Don't no more want to debate me because I want to go straight to the facts. Who is Noble Drew Ali grandmother and granddaddy? Let's just start there. You can't tell me that. Debate over. I won. Debate over. Because you can't identify your leader. Identify your leader. What was he before he made that shit up? Before he made up that Moorish shit, what was he? Because whatever he was before he made that Moorish shit up, that's what the fuck he really is. Before he made that shit up. Where's people from? Mississippi or Alabama or Georgia? Keep it bill or the Caribbean. Okay? It's one of them 4 places. His family from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, I'll say Louisiana, or the Caribbean. That wasn't over Drew Ali people from. All that other shit, nobody want to hear all that. Nobody want to hear all that. All that fake stuff. Nobody want to hear that. No make-believe stuff. Okay? I hear you talking, but Elijah Muhammad is from Georgia. Okay? That's it. He not from Mecca. You know what I'm saying? He from Georgia. Yeah, Elijah Muhammad is from Georgia. He's a foundational Black American. I don't know what nobody told him. I don't know what nobody told him. I don't know what nobody told him. But I know the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is a foundational black American from Georgia, born in the 1800s. I know that. He was not born on the wheel. But if you say so, he was not born on the wheel. Now he might be on the wheel now, but he wasn't born on the wheel. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. 3 times like Dr. Umar. 3 times like Dr. Umar. 3 times like Dr. Umar. What's up? I'm just saying. Elijah Muhammad from Georgia, foundational black American. I'm just saying. Ex cotton picker. That's my man. One of my favorite. But he from Georgia. Don't get it misconstrued. Farrakhan is from the Caribbean, not foundational black American. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Donna, 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 Donna. You know what I'm saying? Donna, Donna. That's all. You fill in the words. You know what I'm saying? Donna, 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 Donna. So y'all, this is not hate, division, all that. That's nonsense. This is identifying yourself for the purposes of reparation, for the purposes of future generations. Well, no, it's not nothing that's necessarily going to last within your family because you might have a baby by anybody. You know what I'm saying? You might have a baby by anybody. But that's not the point. The point is just identifying you. Then when you have children, then they have to identify themselves. If I have children by an Asian lady, then my children have to identify themselves as their granddaddy was foundational black American and she was from, their mama was from some Asian country. So it's not about all of that. It's just about identifying, especially for the purpose of reparations. America's mixed up, but foundational black Americans ain't. You in Chicago and you in a black city and you in the black, you're not getting in your car driving past no whole bunch of black pussy going looking for some other pussy. You're gonna fuck what's there. A white man's not gonna drive past all these white women going looking for nobody. It's all make believe shit. People are gonna still mostly be they same race and they same origin. Cause that's who they around and that's who they gonna fuck. That's just point blank period. There ain't no way I'm in Chicago, I'm gonna get with a woman. It's gonna be a black woman because everywhere I go, that's what's gonna be there. The odds of me getting with a different woman is very small. Now, maybe if you live in a small town, the odds is higher. So if you live in a small town, the odds is higher. But if you live in a big black city like this, what's the odds you gonna go past all these black women trying to search, trying to wishing on the star, wonder where you are, wishing on the dream. We're not singing all that. There she go right there. Boom, that's your boo. Boom, you at school, you go to Simeon. There go your boo at Simeon. Boom, you at school. There go your you at the store in the hood. Boom, you outside on the block. She on the 2 blocks over. I mean, you go in the parties, you go in the concert. They're gonna be foundational Black American parties mostly. It's gonna be foundational Black American functions. It's gonna be that's who you're gonna be around. Me, if I go outside, I want to get out. I go to a lounge or something. It's gonna be a whole bunch of older foundational Black American women there. That's who gonna be there. If I go to the 50-yard line, if I go to any other spots, who you think gonna be there? What women you think I'm gonna brush up against gonna be available to talk to? Ain't gonna be no Chinese there. Ain't gonna be no Mexicans there. If I go to a beach party, it's gonna be a whole bunch of Black Americans. A whole bunch. It's gonna be a whole bunch of fine ass Black American women. A lot in my age category. Free, single, and ready to mingle. Widows, all that. Divorcees, all that. Piles of them. Dressed up, trying to catch a man. Throwing that reel out, looking real good. Boom, it hook in my back. Oh, look at her. Boom, she reeled me in. I mean, that's how it's going to be. That's why I like Chicago, because I don't got to put myself in all these strange situations. It's always a foundational Black American experience. And I can go to concerts and I can go to big restaurants. I can go to big events. And it's just the same people. In Hawaii, it wasn't like that. When I go out, it's white girls, Asians, Africans, Brazilians, Black Americans, a whole bunch of different women. So you might catch any kind of fish in that situation. But in this city, no, that's why I like it. You're never a stranger. You always at home. It's really nice if you're an older Black person. Chicago's popping. You talking to lawyers, people, women that work at the stock market. She retired from. She do a day trading. All types. She worked for the city government, the state government, the federal government. Like some real, it's a real professional city. She was a bus driver. She retired, worked for CTA, retired with a good pension, all that. Got her own house. You get to mess with her. She fall in love. She trying. If her house is better, she trying to get you to sell your house and move in where she at. It's like, babe, we don't need both of these houses, babe. You know what I'm saying? And we want to spread that. We want Black people over 2 years from now. We want foundational Black Americans to identify themselves as foundational Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Tiny. We're just trying to identify ourselves. We need our own identity. Now you don't have to feel funny when somebody says they're Jamaican. Well, I'm FBA. And when you look at Black immigrants, how that bothers some of them, that show you right there they some haters. Because why would our identity, What the fuck that got to do with them? Why do they want us to identify with them when they already don't identify with us? You know how selfish you got to be to call yourself a Kenyan or Ethiopian or Nigerian and get mad because we FBA? This just show you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with people that's already delineating, don't want you to be the same like they are. So it's got to be for their financial benefit that they want to be able to pretend they are you for financial gain. And this is why so many foundational black Americans don't be hating on Trump, because we feel like he gonna get you the fuck up out of here, which definitely gonna benefit us. Bye. Because I speak for a lot of foundational black Americans. We want black immigrants the fuck out of here. You haven't, we have no value. You don't bring any value. You're a minus. You taking away. You taking food out of our mouth. You ain't bringing nothing. And you be cooning and samboing. We want you to fuck out of here. Because typically, black immigrants ain't as black as we are. Seriously, they like be selling out. They don't be standing strong black like we do. I think Jamaicans do a little bit. I think Jamaicans do. But the rest of them, they be selling out the race. To me, they stepping fetches. They like sellouts. To me, they do not stand with the race. They'll do something strange for a little bit of change. They're just like sellouts. They be cooning. You go in them hospitals, see them African nurses. They smile at them white people. Ooh, wee. But as soon as they see you, a lot of Africans, as soon as they see you, they frown immediately. But when they see them white people, they be so happy. They be so friendly. Africans, they be so friendly. Oh my God, it's like two different people. And I mean, they'll change right there on the spot. There'll be one way, and then there'll be another way. Soon as you walk up, they will not speak to you. Like I walk up to a lot of black Africans. Like if I go to Starbucks, get some coffee stuff, with some Africans there, they will not speak. You could see them freezing up just from me walking up. You can see them. They hold just to see me. It does something to them. I don't know what the fuck wrong with them. But just when a lot of Africans just to see me, you should see them. They go through all type of metamorphoses. It's the weirdest shit. And they won't say anything. It could be a white man with his white woman. And it could be a black African with a black African woman. And if I walk up, the white men and the white women, they never change. They just keep talking to each other and stay the same way. The Africans, they they stiffen up. It's weird. And they'll keep talking to each other, but you can feel it. You don't feel it with the whites. The whites are just minding their business. But the Africans, there's something wrong with them. They the worst. I can't say the Caribbeans do that. The Jamaicans definitely don't do that. But the Africans, man, Them the worst black people on the planet. They weird as hell. They weird. They weird. You don't speak to them. I don't speak to them. The only time I speak to an African is if I'm getting in the elevator with them. But a lot of times when I get in the elevator with an African, you speak, it act like it hurt. It act like it hurt him to speak. And you can see he wish you didn't say hi. He tried to say it. Hello. He tried to say it. You know, it's like speaking. You know what I'm saying? It's some weird motherfucking shit. You're like, look at this nigga. I'm telling you, something wrong with the black African man. He fucked up. Africa ain't got no hope. Because the black African man is a fucking weirdo. For real. Like, he weird. You could see the tribalism and you could see the hate. You can see why Africa fucked up. Hey, Africa ain't got a chance with Africans. The African man is a loser. He's a fucking disgrace. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't saying each and every last one, but overall, they fucked up. That continent ain't got no chance in hell. Only Mother Nature could say now. Mother Nature had to tear that shit up or something because they weirdos. When you see them on the internet and they be doing all that, in life, they bitch up. They pussy in life. They not on the internet. Oh, you are this and you are that and this and that. But when you meet them, they don't say none of that shit. They women do it when our women go to them salons and they get used to them. They get you know. But in real life, they pussy. They nut up. You know what I'm saying? I could go to an African club with a bunch of Africans and they could be outside talking. When I walk up, they all nut up. I took a chick. She got on my nerve too. I took a young black chick and we went to a spot to see somebody and it was a whole bunch of Africans. You should have seen them. They all nutted up when I came in there. They all, it's like weird as hell. Like these some weirdo niggas. You know what I'm saying? When they first came here, the Jamaicans was following them home, tying them up, robbing them, because the Africans had all their money in their apartment, in their house, right? So they keep all their cash. They wasn't going to the bank. So when they first came and they started trying to come to the reggae and shit, the Jamaicans would follow them home afterwards and rob them, tie them up in their house and take all their shit. So they had to stop coming to the reggae shit because they was marks. Here in Chicago, they was marks, so they had to create like their own separate entertainment because everybody knew they had a lot of cash on them. You know what I'm saying? And Jamaicans was like super scandalous. You know what I'm saying? The Africans was coming on some, black immigrant shit. You know what I mean? And they was getting robbed like a motherfucker because they didn't know how to come. You know what I mean? They didn't know how to adapt. Whereas us foundational Black Americans, Rasta, we came to the club on bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Don't even, you know what I'm saying? Don't even, you know. You know what I'm saying? We came to the club, we was still foundational Black America. We was still GDBD Vice Lord. When we came, we never separate from the gang. Even if we go black conscious or even if we go corporate, we still, even if we get on the police department, foundational Black American police officers, they still GD, they still Vice Lord, they still Blackstone, 100%. They just police, they're not banging, but that's like tribes in Chicago. We got tribe gangs inside tribes, right? So like you're Nigerian, but then you got tribes. Well, in Foundation Black American, like I'm a Foundation Black American, I'm a Chicagoan, but I'm a Four Corner hustle. That's like my tribe. And so we have to unite on some Chicago shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how I have to unite with the brothers on some Southside shit. Or it have to be something in common for us to unite on because we be different stuff. Like us right here, we like foundational Black American roster, but we three different things. I ain't gonna say what they is, but they three something different things. The brother in the middle, he lived down in the low end in the projects. Nobody in this picture is nothing to play with. You know what I'm saying? Nobody in this picture is really nobody to play with like that. But these is foundational Black Americans, though. But our energy like that because some of the energy that we around is like that. But the energy we around like that, but they in Chicago. So it's like we know you got the energy, but you got the energy in the wrong place. You ain't got no wins. Like you can't win. We could get on the phone and have this place surrounded. You can't. You know what I'm saying? You tripping. We didn't have no problems though, because the Jamaicans are very. I like the Jamaicans. They got a good interface. They don't be tripping. Jamaicans in Chicago, they love foundational Black Americans. They prefer to be around us than any other race or any other people. They like to come. They like to be in the hood. Even if we don't come to the event, they want the event to be right in the Black community. They don't change up when they see Black Americans. That's why I like Jamaicans. They just stay the same way. They adapted well once they came here. You know, they didn't do the Yankee thing and all that much. It was just a couple of them back in the 80s. That didn't last long with them. You know what I'm saying? They don't do the Yankee thing. That's old as hell. They ain't on that. The other blacks, I don't know, they are very uncomfortable. I haven't been around the Haitians much, but they separatists. Like they're a little combative. But then they didn't have it good when they came here. Foundation of Black Americans was doing Haitians dirty, so they had a bad entry. I think the Haitians had the worst experience because down in Florida, Black Americans was doing the Haitians bogus when they first came in. So I understand they went through hell. So I understand why they like that. It was bad for the Haitians in Florida. It was really bad. They was getting beat up, all type of stuff. They had to get their numbers up. So salute to the Haitians. I know what y'all been through. But they're gonna get deported. Every so often they get rid of a whole bunch of people. They got rid of a whole bunch of Jamaicans in the late 90s and the 2000s. They locked them all up and deported them. A lot. That's what they get ready to do now. They ain't focused on the black ones yet. They focusing on them Hondurans and Mexican. They focus on the yellow Hispanic ones first. But they gonna turn their sights on the black ones, the Africans and the Haitians. You ain't gonna hardly see like all them Ethiopians in Washington D.C. Man, they gonna get them out of there. You better have all your paperwork in order. You ain't got your paperwork in order, you getting deported. It is what it is. But the purpose of this conversation is for foundational Black Americans to understand this is just identifying. That's all it is. I'm going to show you one more time. All delineate means is to describe or portray something precisely. So when we call ourselves foundational Black American, we are portraying ourselves and describing ourselves precisely who we are. So there's no mistakes. Okay? That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? And much respect to my great grandmama. Much respect to my granddaddy. R.I.P. to both of them. And I'm out here holding it down for y'all. So don't worry about it. And all my children and my grandchildren, we're going to be all right. That's a fact. Nobody ain't going to do nothing to my children. Nobody ain't going to do nothing to my grandchildren. Nobody going to do nothing to none of my children's mothers. And ain't nobody going to do nothing to me. And ain't nobody going to do nothing to foundational Black Americans. All that Trump and them, focus on immigrants. Don't fuck around and fuck with us. Because that shit, we ain't immigrants. All Trump could do is cut the motherfucking check. That's all he could do. You know what I'm saying? All Trump could do for us is cut the check. We ain't trying to hear none of that other bullshit. We ain't trying to hear that shit. Cut the check. That's what we on. I ain't trying to hear none of that fake tough talk or none of that. Okay? We ain't trying to hear that. We ain't trying to hear no threats. We ain't trying to hear nothing. Okay? Cut the check. That's what foundational Black Americans is on. And anybody black over here that ain't standing with us, we don't care if they Black Americans or what. They ain't riding with reparations, they get the boot. Okay? They get the boot. We standing on reparations. If you're a foundational Black American and you ain't standing on reparations, unfollow. And don't talk to me. Unfollow. And don't talk to me. Because you're a loser and you're a coward. You know what I'm saying? Haitians own U.S. Black Wall Street. Haitians don't own shit. You sound stupid. Haitians don't even own Florida or nothing. You sound crazy. The Haitians is down in Haiti getting done dirty. Okay? Haitians. Haitians. Now let me tell you something about Haitians. Haitians don't run shit, bro. Okay? All of that, blah, 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 blah. All of that coming to the United States with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Beating on your chest. All that, bruh, is fake. Okay? Let's just keep it a billion. You know what I'm saying? All of that stunting and all that shit, a handful of niggas in the United States, man, we 50 million strong. The Haitians can't beat Chicago. All the Haitians in the United States can't beat Chicago. How the hell they gonna go at Foundation of Black America? Chicago, we'll chase Haitians out this country butt ass naked. Y'all niggas ain't built like that, bro. Get the fuck out of here. It ain't number 20 of you niggas. Chicago alone and do y'all dirty. Y'all ain't gang like that. Get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? You just talking. He said the United States belong to copper Negroes. You know what I'm saying? This is people. You know why they got to say that? You know why he got to say that? He got to say that. He got to say that. He got to say that. I understand. I understand. You have to say that. You got to say something. So I understand. I understand. I understand. If I came from this raggedy shit, if this was where I'm from, I'll say that shit too. I would say I could do magical shit too. I know y'all could do magic. Y'all could do everything but clean up stinking ass Haiti. You could do everything. You're the greatest motherfuckers in the world, except in Haiti. In Haiti, you suck. Okay. So I understand you got beat on your chest. I understand, bro. If I came from that raggedy ass shit and wasn't shit down there but toe up from the flow up and make you want to throw up, I beat on my chest too. If I was from Haiti, I pretend I'm all that because I ain't shit in Haiti. See, you Haitians, y'all ain't shit in Haiti. So that's the part that's confusing. You some shit on the internet, but at home, you ain't shit. Your shit raggedy. You proud to be a Haitian, but you ain't. How you proud to be a Haitian and ain't proud of Haiti? You got me confused. You got me fucked up, bro. Show some pictures of Chicago and show some pictures of Haiti. Your shit fucked up. You understand? You see, now I'm not gonna block you until I get through dragging you through the whole goddamn ground. You understand? See, Haiti ain't shit. Haiti is a raggedy ass place with a bunch of voodoo and bullshit, and niggas ain't on shit. And niggas and y'all in Haiti, y'all ain't on nothing. Y'all ain't on nothing but destroying where you live at. That's it. You trying to get out that raggedy ass mud hole where you from, and sitting up here trying to talk a whole bunch of shit over here. You know what I'm saying? But gonna cry like a motherfucker when they send you back to raggedy ass, stinking ass Haiti. You know what I'm saying? You can't even fix your shit, but you running your goddamn mouth. Nigga, if you was in Haiti, you wouldn't even have no internet. So this nigga left Haiti so he could get on the internet. These people was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Bro, your shit busted and disgusted and you can't be trusted, okay? Take your ass back to musty ass Haiti where you from, okay? Go back where you from, bro. Feel me? And go sweep. Go home and sweep and do something with them bitches over there. Fix them hoes up. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm just saying. Take your ass back home, Mr. Big Haiti, and fix that raggedy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody want to go to no motherfucking Haiti. They won't even let y'all cross over to Dominica. Y'all so tore up. Come on, man. Haiti. Haiti is the answer to the question. Name some place nobody wants to go. Hey, listen. There you go, Haiti. Haiti. When you say Haiti, what's the question? Name some place nobody wants to go for 500. Haiti. That's it. Ding, 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 ding. Holy shit. Only on the internet. Why do people come on the internet and make me have to do them really super extra bogus? Especially from Haiti. Bruh, Haiti sucks. Nobody wants to go to fucking Haiti, bruh. Okay? But maybe the Clintons to go get, maybe the Clintons would stop by. I'm gonna go. I read your comments while I'm doing you. I might try to read your comments later. You know what I'm saying? Because a picture's worth 1,000 words. You just talking. But these pictures, bruh, you just talking. But these pictures, bro, these pictures is this where you from, nigga. Go home and sweep. Okay? Go home and sweep, right? Go home and sweep. Okay? You don't got internet. You got bullets in the neck. You got in the neck. You got shot in the neck, but you ain't got Reg Raggedy down there. That's why you ain't there. That's why you ain't there. Nobody wants to go to Haiti, bro. It's disease written, right? Disease every goddamn well. Nobody wants to go to Haiti. You guys suck. You got no control. And Donald Trump is going to throw you out. And you're going to have to go back home and sweep. and pick up the trash and fix your raggedy shit. Okay? You're going to have to go fix your raggedy country. Okay? And then if you do great things for us, when you go fix your raggedy country, then come back and do great things for us. But the idea you're doing great things for us, but your country raggedy, you're not making much sense, bruh. You're not making much sense. I'm not understanding it, bruh. I'm not understanding how you doing all this great stuff for us. You confusing me. How is you doing all this great stuff for us, but it's dusty where you from? I'm confused. He say he doing great stuff for us. That they the greatest ever. I guess so. I can't tell. That's why don't nobody want a lot of Haitians up here. Cause they figure you might make this shit look like your shit. I'm just saying. I'm gonna just keep it real. You know, I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real. That's why they don't want you up here. They scared you gonna turn this shit into your shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I know you're a big, strong Haitian man that can do amazing things. I know that. I know you're a big, strong man that can do amazing things. You're a Superman. I know that. I know you're Superman and you can do like everything. You know. I already know. I already know, bro. I can't. I don't have to read your stuff. I already know. You're Superman, and you can do. You've done a lot for Black Americans. You've made it great for us up here. I know. I know the story. I don't have to fix my country. I did it all for you all. Of course, my shit is raggedy, but look at what I've done for you. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you, man. Stop trying to do stuff for us up here, okay? Stop trying to do stuff for us. That's your problem. Go down here, help them out. Go help them out. Yeah, I don't know what you is. Yeah, I don't know what you is. It's a block party. I don't know what you is. But I know they need your help. You understand? They need your help. Okay? They need your help. They ain't coming to America. They coming to Alligator Alcatraz. That's what they coming. They not coming to America. Okay? They finna be put on ice. Come on, man. Dude, come over here and talk about Haiti. Girl, ain't nobody trying to go to Haiti. This is what we think about. Haitians ain't got no respect. That's what we think about you, bro. That's what we think about all you blacks that come over here and don't respect foundational black Americans. This picture sums up what we think about you. Get out. You get the boot. Okay, we're not doing enemies. On GDBD Viceroy. The internet is funny. I'll tell you that. Never seen nothing like it. If I was from Haiti, I would be quiet. I would never get on the internet. He said he's a copper. Yeah, you worth 1 fucking cent. Yes, this nigga say he's a penny. I'm a penny. I'm a penny and a loafer. Like a penny loafer. I'm a copper negroid. Come on, man. Why y'all fan these niggas? Why you a copper negroid? Where you from, man? You come to Chicago talking that crazy shit, you'll get dead dirty. What is this? What is he talking about? I'm a copper negroid. The internet. The internet. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But lockdown America, we can't let just a bunch of people come up here and bring their living conditions and how they function and their violence and their other illnesses up here and ruin our living conditions. You have to let people in a few at a time so that they adapt to the way you live. You can't let people come and overrun your country and turn the shit into Haiti, turn the shit into Venezuela, turn the shit into Mexico. You got to let people trickle in so that they adapt to your way of living. You can't let people come and mess your way of living up. Because that's all that happened. If you let too many people from third world countries in at one time, your country will be a hellhole. Basically, the Haitians are number one on the list to get the fuck out of here. That's a fact. They're not letting no Haitians know. The Haitians that's here gonna get kicked out. They're gonna cut that Haitian population down because of the fear of the disintegration of the American lifestyle. They're not gonna let that happen. You finna be out of here. You black immigrants, you at a time where white America's fighting back. They feel overburdened. You see a lot of these blacks, immigrants, see, they slow because they get on this internet beefing with foundational black Americans. But it's white Americans that don't want you here. It's white Americans that feel you would destroy their way of living. And when white Americans look at you beefing with black Americans, white Americans feel that black Americans are already adapted to the American culture, and only if they get on drugs or something will they fall off. So they got plans to lock them up too. But they look at you other blacks as coming from raggedy third world countries. And as a person, when you live in a dirty, raggedy house, I don't want you to come stay at my house. Nobody wants you to stay at their house if your house dirty and raggedy. So don't nobody want a lot of Haitians in the country because of the condition of Haiti and the way Haitians treat Haitians. And if Haitians is unaliving Haitians and making life miserable for Haitians. Why would you want Haitians up here when they don't even respect their own people down there in Haiti? Haitians are a disrespectful group of people. Somebody talking about Kodak Black. Kodak Black is a goddamn dope fiend disgrace. He's a total disgrace for Haiti. To have that as your representative in music, that ain't helping you none. That boy is a bum ass dope fiend that's gonna be that's gonna OD or go to prison. Everybody know. Hopefully he go to prison because if he don't go to prison, he won't be alive in 2 years. Not the way he using. Kodak Black is a disgrace, and he a young nigga from the new generation. Niggas like me will fuck that little boy up. That shitty down there talking that old all that, brother. Man, with real OGs up here. The only reason a lot of straight ain't going on because a lot of OGs don't want to go to prison and got families. But these new motherfuckers ain't really that. They only gangsters because the older gangsters don't want to go to prison. If the older gangster was outside on dummy, all you niggas would shut the fuck up. Facts. You not that. You can't be no dope fiend and no gangster. Because another gangster is not going to get at you when you're ready. They're going to wait till you high and nodding. And how you going to fight a war and you nodding and you high? How? That's for the young brothers. Y'all dope fiends. Y'all can't win no war. Y'all go to war. All we got to do is find your source and spike all your drugs. Y'all all kill yourselves. How you a gangster when we can have set you up for suicide? How you a gangster? We can spike your whole community. You'll be gone. So how you a gangster? And you sloppy. And you high. These young boys is only powerful because don't nobody want to risk their life fucking them up. That's it. That the people that could straighten them out don't want to go to prison. That's the only reason these young brothers is out here like that. They not shit. One motherfucker like me wipe out about 125 of y'all by myself. Y'all not that. The fuck out of here. Y'all not strategic or nothing. You know nothing about war. You know nothing about surveillance. You don't know nothing. You're just young and high. You're not built for war like that. You young brothers, get off them drugs, clean your damn life up, put them guns down and sit down. Y'all going to prison left and right, left and right, catching these murder cases. Just throwing your life away. They're letting all these OGs out of prison so they can lock all you young mother. It's going to be quiet. 36 months, watch. It's going to be quiet. Every year in Chicago, they still shooting a lot, but it's going down, 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 down. Watch it 2 more years. They'll all be unalive or in prison looking at life sentences, 30 years, stuff like that. All of them. Every last one of them. Because they think they could be dumb criminals. And how can a dumb criminal get away with the crime? You can't be a dumb and a criminal. But these young brothers is dumb criminals. They think they could be a criminal and they dumb. Cameras every goddamn where. Door candles, door cameras everywhere, doorbell cameras everywhere, business cameras everywhere, GPS on everything. And you ain't educated. You think you can go out here and commit crimes in a digital world. You know how stupid you gotta be. Real gangsters have quit. Real bank robbers, real gangsters been quit. Too many cameras. So the real gangsters, the real top criminals quit, retired. Too many cameras. Everybody in children know you can't get away with shit. That's why I don't be wanting to beef for shit, because I can't get away with shit. I can't do nothing to you. That's a fact. I can't do nothing to you. Kane Corso will get his ass aired out. Kane Corso ain't shit. We'll pop his ass. He'll just be a corpse. So, Kane Corso ass. Prop, prop. That's that for that. A dog ain't shit. But he's bulletproof. They'll find you and your dog leaking. Kane Corso. Pop, pop, pop. What? What do you mean, Kane Corso? What? A Kane Corso against a 45 Glock? I guess he'll lose. But I guess so. Switches? Shorty don't got switches. You got a Kane Corso. They got switches. They be switch cheese up. No more K, no more Corso. Both of them gone. The Kane gonna be gone and the Corso gonna be gone. Dogs ain't shit. That's outdated. Switches with switches. What the fuck is a dog? Come on, man. A dog. Now that would have been some shit in the 90s, a dog. But a Kane Corso in Chicago with switches? I guess so. I would take that bet if I was outside. I bet against you and your dog. Ah, fuck your dog up. All that roo shit. That nigga, kitty, your dog must be fast as hell. Come on, man. This shit funny. This internet crazy as hell. You know, I got a Kane Corso with switches out it. Bro, Kane Corso with switches. I used to have dogs. Them dogs would be worthless now. I used to have dogs. Them dogs wouldn't be shit now, though. They wouldn't be worth a goddamn. They would have been some back with the Mac 10s and the Tech 9s and the handguns, yeah, and the Glocks, yeah, the dog. But with the switches, shit. Right now with the switches, I had me like a chihuahua. I just need somebody to bark just to let me know. I don't need, you know, I just need a motherfucker that can hear good. Like the little dogs is the best right now. Because big dogs is slow response too. They respond slow. Right now, you need a serious gun in your house and you need a little dog, like a mini pin. I take a mini pin over a Rottweiler or a Cane. I take a mini pin. You better not even come. You better not even be up down the block. Shorty gonna hear your ass. He gonna go crazy. He gonna bark. My mini pin was faster than my Rottweiler. That mini pin, boy. That motherfucker stop when he hear a car any day. He was ready to go. The little dog is the best security nowadays as far as an alarm system. You need an alarm system. You don't need a killer. You know, you got to do that nowadays. But in the 90s, early 2000s, yeah, Cane Corso was the shit. I ain't gonna lie. A dog ain't shit. A big dog ain't shit no more. Yeah, them days been over. That's outdated. It's a good pet, no, but it ain't. It's a good pet, but it's not no safe. It ain't gonna secure shit. It'll secure weirdos like people want to grab your child. It'll do that though. It'll do like weirdo criminals, but it won't do nothing for no killers. Not no big time criminals. They won't do nothing for them. That dog will get killed. In 2025. Oh, you're in the house. I mean, you just said you got a cane corso for problems. So I was like, didn't make no sense to me. Oh, okay. You got a lot of dogs. Yeah, they ain't worth shit. You just wasting money. Get rid of them of us. You just feeding dogs, picking up dog shit. If they for security, they ain't worth shit. I guess I don't know where you live at, but nowadays, a dog, that ain't no security no more. That's outdated security. That's like saying, I got a 38 revolver. You know what I'm saying? Let me get out of here. That's like having a 38. I got something from OG. I got 38 revolver. Like, you gonna die. All right, let me get out of here. The internet is tripped out. But look, reparations, all right? It's reparations or nothing. Victory.